Now to let people know we exist. I mean, session 0, so I'm not exactly holding my breath, but, still.
Yeah.
It's polite.
Will you post a thing in chat so that we can promote the stuff?
Oh, God, apparently not. Hold on. Boop. There we go. There we go. Whoop, whoop, doop, doop. And
Starting a new notebook for this campaign. I'm upset with Corbinian because I had literally 1 page left in this huge notebook I've been doing Star Trek notes in, and then he canceled the game. I was going to celebrate filling up an entire 3-subject notebook with Star Trek notes.
Aw.
No
Well, if you told
completion
me.
for you.
Alright, and make sure no one's doing anything sketchy in my chat.
I do have a question. I don't know if anyone else found this.
There we
So, human characteristics, right, are common across all the human variants, right? But humans don't have education or social as a genetic component. So, shouldn't there be some human variants that don't share education and social?
Isn't it Sophons that don't share? Or
So,
are those
non-humans
humans?
definitely have different characteristics.
Right.
But are there not human cultures that have caste systems that would do caste and stuff?
Oh yeah, I did see that, but I didn't read what human subspecies those were.
Yeah, well,
So
it's ref discretion. So your general Imperial doesn't would almost always have education, but it's like, yeah, but there's just one planet that they have a caste system there. Like, okay, well, you use caste, I guess. Ref's discretion at that point.
So, I mean, that was going to be my question: was the Sword World people, are they education and social?
Their education and social, yeah.
Okay, because I didn't know.
They could be training because of some of
That's
the
what I
older
was-
school.
That's what I was wondering. Were they training instead of education?
And hello, everyone out there who is watching us and hearing us chat about the game. This is our session 0 of Traveler 5, the 5th edition of the Traveler RPG. Most of us are... This is my first time running Traveler 5. I've run Traveler before. Some of these fine folk have already read some of the book and tried their best to understand it. And some are... well, actually, everyone's had a chance to look at the book a little bit, but we're all pretty new to it, so if we make lots of mistakes, don't worry about it. It's entirely Winchester's fault over there in the corner. It is not my fault in any way. So, yeah. Other than that, let's
Seems legit.
Seems legit. Yeah, see, I have a second, so everything's fine.
Third.
A thirded? Okay. Alright, so... the basic premise is that I've done some setup in the Discord, as all of you have probably seen, that we are things are taking place in the Imperial Reckoning year of 1111, just after the Fifth Frontier War between the Jordani Consulate and the Third Imperium. Which supposedly was supposed to be ended in status quo antebellum, except for the Sword Worlders, who lost a good chunk of their worlds in the exchange, mainly because the Imperials were being a bit petty and didn't want to give back the worlds they took. So Sword Worlders got a bad lick of it. Our story will start, not this week, but next week, basically upon the formation of the Border Worlds Confederation, which is the Imperial client state that was created by the Third Imperium, because the Third Imperium didn't really conquer them, they just made their own independent client state there, which, same difference in a way. So 1 year later, that was what happened. So 1 year since the armistice that was signed between the Jordani and the Imperium, that's when the Border World Confederation was recognized and formed. So we're in that kind of very tepid... uneasy time of 1 year of peace after like 4 years of war that spans many stars. So, but that's all stuff. That's just the premise. That's just the groundwork. At this point, we just worry about creating characters. And there are sheets in the Roll20 that you can type into. When making characters, like this has everything from like your history, what you did in each turn, what each skill is. Like it's fairly comprehensive. When making characters, I found you can do it how you want. I found that I made my own little notepad, or I did it in a book, like wrote it all out there, and then copied it to the sheet later, just so because things change as you were going through your career.
Yeah.
But do what you like. I just wanted to let you know. And if you mess any of those up, don't worry about it. I have copies, so I have copies of those sheets, so it'll be fine. I can always fix it. Any questions so far before we get into character creation itself?
Is Corbinian really your name?
No, it is one of many screen names I have.
Cool.
I am not related to
Yeah.
the Saint, as much as someone thought I was, but
I thought you were related to a saint. Yeah, but question for me is, I know that this is sort of like STA, which we've been playing up to now, where the stat you add to your skill is not the same all the time. But my question was, if you have a character with training instead of EDU, because the book is very clear that training is actual practical experience, where EDU is what we call book learning, where I'm from. So like if you are, am I right in thinking that, okay, there's a problem with the jump drive that you have to diagnose? Well, that's probably going to be intelligence plus skill. But then like, okay, the jump drive has thrown a rod. That's probably going to be training plus skill to just repair it. Am I thinking right?
That would be my book, as I recall. Usually it's education, but I could see training being used. So if normally by default, you would a ref would just say, yeah, just use education plus the relevant engineering skills. I think jump drive, I think, is the skill. But if someone's like, I have training, it's like, yeah, that's something you can be trained in, especially if it's something you were trained in. But it's not something that require book learning. It's like, well, I know how to work with stuff, work with my hands, and that's something that would be.
Right.
So I could see the argument for training easily. Yeah.
Yeah, because all of the engineering skills, which jump drive falls under, are available at training schools.
Well, there you
Or
go. Yeah.
for apprenticeship. Yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense to me.
And if it's on something that's not available at a training school, or like you can't really convince the GM on training, you can use education at half your training level.
Yeah. Like if you,
But and my bigger question is more just trying to figure out, have a rough thing of how the characteristic plus skill ecosystem kind of works, and I am right in thinking that it's not always. It depends a lot on what you're doing with what characteristic gets matched with the skill. Yeah. Okay.
Definitely. And especially that's why it's very important for refs to be to be at least present during the character creation phase, because then I know in advance before like I've done some setup for the setting and the relevant players and stuff like that, but it's like the more detailed stuff, it's like once I see all the characters, then I can start tuning stuff for the kind of characters that are present. Like if we have all people with training, with instinct and caste system backgrounds, with vigor, and it's like that's a very different system than your normal Imperial. A very different story, rather, because you have to craft things around that. It's like, maybe don't make them go to universities all the time and try to talk nice with the local duke. Why? Because they won't care. They won't care, they won't know, and their days are shorter, so yeah.
They will get shot.
This is the campaign of the Bugmen.
Yep. Except, well, their days are actually longer because they all have stamina.
Oh, that's right. You're right. I forget who has vigor. Someone has vigor.
Our Ursa is gonna have vigor, aren't they?
From what I can suss out, there was like a note in the wiki that gave the UPP. The only difference was training.
Yeah, because they have their own like society and stuff like that. Because vigor is like people who have very, very short days, and bursts of energy, and then they power nap during a 24-hour period. Whereas stamina people can go for like days at a time. Stamina would be the other way, yeah. Like, one could make an argument for stamina for Ursa, because big bears, but eh.
Well, and I would assume they get the hibernate special.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder if they
Actually,
know
like a
hibernate.
game, hibernate.
Oh yeah, there's just gonna be like in June we're gonna just have this series of games where Inslee just doesn't show up the whole time for like 4 or 5 weeks.
Right. It's like, this looks like it's going to be a really long jump. I'll see you in a month.
I mean, I know there's like a Scion thing where you can put yourself in suspended animation, which is probably the same thing, right?
Yep, it's the same skill. Maybe that'd be hibernate, I think, actually.
Except one of these is not illegal.
Hey, it's legal.
Only
and...
in.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say only in certain large empires.
One of the largest, but you know, it's only that one. No, everyone else is just skeevy. It's just sketched out by it. All right. So, any other questions before we get going? All right. So, that was session everybody. No, I'm just kidding. So the first thing we need to work out is what the hell are you all playing? What are you? Are you Imperial humans? Are you Zodani? Are you Ursa? Are you some sort of android?
I plan on going the Zodani route because I did like a deep dive into the wiki, and I like actually kind of really like their culture. So I think that'll be cool to explore. Also, the psionic thing we talked about.
Zodani.
I'm gonna do a sword worlder.
Sword worlder human.
Regular Joe Imperial human.
I want his name to be regular Joe now.
No, he's not gonna be regular Joe.
Imperial.
Okay, let me ask a universe question.
Sure.
I'm going to play an Ursa, but I need to figure out if I'm doing minor or major. How big of a hindrance is a larger than human sized Sophont going to be in the world?
Not as much as you would think. They're not. Humans are the default for most design choices in ship design. However, they do make allowances for not so much necessarily specifically for Ursa or large creatures, but for moving around cargo. So they have there's a fair amount of headroom and width to kind of move stuff around if you need to. So Ursa kind of benefit from that design choice, unless it's a species ship that's small, like a Hiver ship tends to be a little more cramped. But your generic Imperial humanity ship will usually accommodate an Ursa for the most part.
I am thinking, like, even a grizzly, most of them could stand upright and navigate a human home. So
True.
I would think that that would make sense.
Yeah, because like 9 feet is kind of like the top out. So
yeah, your head's probably your head would probably brush ceilings and stuff sometimes, but you'd be generically able to move around.
Gonna play an Ursa major? Wear a helmet.
Bonk.
Like, OSHA violations still happen in space, you know?
Eh.
Maybe wear a helmet. That's a good shout.
So you're looking at Ursa there?
Yeah, Ursa major.
Ursa
Brown.
major, bracket, brown. Making notes in my own little character sheet so I don't lose track of everybody. How about you, Jamie?
I told you, Imperial.
Oh, I got the wrong person. Sorry.
Oh, dear me.
This is why I check. And Mike, what about you?
A native of Beater.
So, a sword worlder.
Yeah. If I manage to die during character creation, I'm rolling up a Hiver, though.
I would say I'll make sure that doesn't happen, but I don't really have control over that, unfortunately. So please don't die.
The possibility is not 0.
No.
All the dice, man.
All right, so we have our base Sophonts. So for all you regular, for the Imperials and Sword Worlders and Jordani, you all use the normal stat block that's in the book. Ensley, I imagine you've already looked up their Ursa Major stuff, what their genetic code is.
I didn't do the genetic code. I just went through like
The genetic code is the first letter of all of the characteristics.
Yeah.
Cool. So you know what you're.
As far as I can determine, training is the only difference.
And makes sense to me because
EU.
Yeah, because the Ursa Major, the big brown bears are they when they were uplifted, they try to model them a little bit on humanisms, so social standing and stuff. They are something that interacts with the Imperium and that sort of thing. But training's more apt for them than education for reasons. Yeah. All right, so we have our. You know what your 6 characteristics are. The one extra stat that the Jordani will need to mark, you have a 7th stat, or a CP stat of psionics, because you are likely, at some point in your career, going to know about your psionic potential. Because you won't know it unless you roll from start a social standing of like A or higher, or 10 or higher. They'd never check your psionic potential because proles in Jordani culture don't get checked. It's only once you're either you're born into high standing or you got a job that now they check you. So like a functionary, an officer in the military, then they go, now we're checking you. So we'll keep track. That will matter to us about because your psionic potential is higher the younger you're tested.
Makes sense.
So we won't even roll. So at this beginning stage, we won't roll for it at all unless we know your social standings A or higher.
All right.
Because your character wouldn't know what their potential is until they actually were tested.
I feel like I can lift that box over there. No, you can't.
All right. Sanity, we don't have to worry about unless it comes up. Sanity usually happens when you're using wafer jacks. Basically, think cyberpunk style skill chips you put into your head. And the longer you use them, you actually test against your sanity. And that's when you realize how much you can withstand being somebody else for an extended period of time. The other times are when you go through like extreme crises, like a battlefield, like an active battlefield or a disaster. That's when we would roll sanity. I think there's a career scouts. Yeah, scouts have to worry about sanity. So the minute they have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's a GM secret roll. The scout themselves actually doesn't.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Every 2 years, the GM rolls, or you get minus sanity, but you don't know your sanity.
GM is just like, surprise, you have PTSD.
Yeah.
That's not really that surprising.
Surprise! You need to make a new character. What? Yeah, you went insane. Sorry.
You got committed. I'm sorry.
Wait, you didn't warn me. I'm not supposed to.
That's essentially just Pendragon all over.
Yeah.
Or Call of Cthulhu, but then you will know that you're going insane.
That's true.
I read Sanity, and that was my first thought was Call of Cthulhu. I'm like, are we gonna fight like Eldritch abominations?
I mean, you could. I mean,
yeah.
Given it's me, you might. But
Given
okay.
you, we will.
So the next step.
I'm guessing you haven't changed that much since I last played with
you.
It's just gotten worse, if anything.
Great.
It's in everything now. No,
it's in the walls. It's in the goddamn walls.
I mean, I haven't been listening to the audiobooks or anything. It's fine.
Oh no.
Scroll. Okay. Stats, characteristics.
So, do you want us rolling stats in roll 20 or?
You can roll it at home if you want. But if you have it in the roll 20 thing, you'll be able to. You'll have a record of it. But it's up to you.
Okay. Cool.
If I hear people getting back-to-back 12s or 2s, I might start saying, okay, smart guy, roll 20. So, yes, the first step is characteristics. So each of you rolls 2d6 to generate your various stats.
Question, Corby. I've already got 2 characters generated. What do we do about those? or do we just go clean slate?
We'll go clean slate for now, and then once we've made this character, you can decide which one you want to play afterward. This is just so we all. This is more of a so we all know what page the ref's on. But after even people who've made a character today, if you're like, you know what, I want to roll something else, like all right, as long as you let me know what the stats are afterward, it's fine.
Okay, cool. So if we wind up with something that's just like, oh god, this is trash.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Yeah.
Well, hell, I've made characters in Older Travelers where I had like even at the UPP stage, at the characteristic stage, I rolled garbage. I'm like, I'm re-rolling this character. This character is going to die, or they're going to be a citizen and nothing else. So never mind. That's not what I'm going for.
Yeah, what I've
4B, 3D or 4D for an Ursa Major.
3D.
For the first three.
Yeah, for your physicals.
So, do you mind if I use these for generation? Because I just like the feel in my flesh, you know?
Yep. I mean, I have like my actual Traveler dice. I'll be rolling for flux sometimes when I want it to be secret, so it's only fair.
Ooh. Okay.
As long as you don't have like weird, like I said, as long as you don't start doctoring your dice in an obvious way, I'll be.
Trust me,
chill.
I play old school D&D. I don't dock my dice.
Yeah. I knew one guy who actually rolled d20s when he played characters. He wouldn't roll to crit all the time. He would roll to critically fail at funny moments. I'm like, please don't do that. That's my job. It's my job to mess with you.
Okay, here we go.
You're cheating down? What? You trying to make a bookie? I don't get why you're doing that.
Well, that's
Also, make note when you're rolling, especially if you're rolling at your table. Make note of what both dice say, because one of the dice is saved. So if you're ever cloned due to a life insurance plan or something, your character could be cloned in that first number of your 2d6. So, like for example, that last roll, you would record that 6, and then if that character was ever cloned, you wouldn't roll both 2d6 for that stat for that characteristic. You'd only roll one of them because one of them's set into your genetics.
okay.
So just keep that in mind when you're rolling. Yeah.
Well, my guy is apparently like the most clumsy individual in history. That's a noof right there.
Once you get your UPPs written out, let me know because I'm going to write them into my notes. Oh, for the Ursa, by the way, for the 3d6, you record one of them, not the other two.
Yeah, I've got 3 different color dice, and I've chosen the Star Wars one for the first one.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, mine's on my sheet.
Okay, how is this possible?
You won't be able to see it because I'm editing it. It's 615253.
How is this possible? Like, I rolled a 2+1 for intelligence, but I rolled a 6+6 for education. Now, how's that a thing?
Lots and lots of study.
You're really good at book learning, but you're not very good at you don't learn very quickly, but you do know where to look it up.
What a shit show.
I have approximate knowledge of many things.
That was 615.
253. I mean,
253.
I don't know if you want to record it now, right? Because if I end up deciding to mulligan, because this character is crippled by the end of their career.
Yeah, if you anything below 7, 7's the human soul font average. So anything below that is below average. Anything above that's above average.
Okay, Corby, you want to write this down?
It's
for Jamie.
Go for it.
799 3C8.
Oh wow, that's a good stat roll. Aside from the int.
Yeah. We'll get that up somehow.
I didn't give you the full code. I just gave you the genetic information. Did you want the?
Yes.
I didn't. Okay.
No, your full characteristic block, the universal personality profile number.
Okay, because by that roll, I would have mulliganed because that's.
I was like, that's a brave character you're gonna play. Like, I might mulligan this character. No kidding.
Average in every stat. No, that's okay. 945. 577. So okay. I'm only slightly better than that.
Strength's not bad.
Alright, you want mine?
I'm gonna be a Marine, right?
Yep.
Okay. 826597.
Remind me to always roll with a Star Trek die.
So good strength, good education, average social standing. You wouldn't be rolling your sonic potential yet because they wouldn't test.
And horrible dex.
Horrible dex, yeah.
I'm gonna put mine in the roll 20.
That
It is
works too.
spectacular.
So I
Versus.
did. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. God.
I didn't know. It was kind of confusing from the blurb you gave, but is psionics more common or more done among sword wielders, or is that just something people think about sword wielders?
That's something they think about sword wielders.
Okay, so it's not actually true.
Well, it's true in certain circles, in the higher social strata, in certain obscure corners of sword wielder culture. It's a thing, but it's not pervasive. It's not like this. For the Jordani, it's an everyday thing. For the sword wielders, they don't bring it up too much. But there's kind of a reason why the sword wielders sided with the Jordani in the war. So that's part of the reason. But they're not like high-level scions like the Jordani. Jordani have like full-on academies and stuff, whereas the sword wielders have that sort of folk tradition, low-level psionics among them. But it's not common. Like certain priests might know it, it's that sort of thing. Among sword wielders, that'd be something they would know, but they don't talk about it to outsiders. Imperials wouldn't know that generally. If they have a high education, they might happen to know that, but the general populace doesn't know that.
All right. I have a high int and a low wisdom usually. I'm having a little bit of trouble reading all of this out. So I have my basic numbers. How do they correlate with the UPP?
Well, as you got them in order. So once they hit, if it's below 10, it's the number. So 1 through 9. Once it hits 10, it's A, and then it goes A, B, C, D, E, and it goes up by letter at that point.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, so
hexadecimal. Yeah.
is UPP is the full characteristic, and it's not the keep noted for later in case you get cloned information.
Right. Yeah. That's your genetic. That's your genetic code. Backup, I believe it's called. Your genetic markers, because your last two, like how Ainsley has it there, your first 4 physicals, most of your stuff is or your innates are recorded, but something like education and social aren't recorded because that's not a genetic component. That's something that the character picked up when they were growing up. So they'd have to, when they're cloned, they'd be inserted with all these memories and stuff like that to try to figure out where they are. And how they're viewed in society and so on. Better to do light mode or dark mode? Oh, nope. Oh, there it goes. It fixed it.
It's not great, but it's something.
Not horrible either.
Very good, Bebop. You're a mighty hunter. Yes, you are. Sorry, my cat came in. She did that thing where they walk in carrying their toy, and they're like, it almost sounds like they're crying in distress, but they're like, look at what I've done. So
It's a war cry, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were
I killed it.
patronizing me for a bit.
Victory screech.
Good dex, good social. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, ugh. Looked at the Ursa stats again. I was like, oh god, I'm not used to seeing D at character creation.
3 dice can come in handy.
God.
D?
I
D
usually
and
do
strength.
D during character creation, you know? If you know what I mean.
So, no, I don't know what you mean. Please don't
Family
explain.
stream. Family stream.
Family stream.
Yeah.
This is
Why don't you give us the explicit details of this? Go ahead.
Well, you see, when 2 men love each other very much.
So the next step is determining your homeworld. And your homeworld isn't necessarily your birth world, so you could be born on one world and then raised on another, or you were raised on the same world you were born on. Now, there is a table for people who are born in random parts of the galaxy. Well, not the galaxy. They're in the book. They have random parts in the the Spinward Marches sector, which is the sector you're in. So that's close enough to most adventures that happen out here. If you're from a particular planet, like you're from Beater, then we have the sets for that world out of the gate. That's in the Discord. For the Ursa, I think they do have stats for the Ursa homeworld, but you could have a homeworld that's somewhere in the books. So is there anyone who's being from one of the Discord worlds that I've listed, like Earth, Beater itself, Galantine rather, for those using the old name?
And Ursa are from Earth.
Oh, don't they have their own
planet.
world?
Yeah, Kush is where they.
Oh, they might have resettled, but I thought it said in the book that they're.
Yeah, they were created on Earth, but then when the Solarians decided to genocide them, they split and resettled on Kush, which I think is not even in the Empire. I could be wrong on that one though.
It would make sense.
But they're also kind of spread throughout. I mean, it's not like.
Yeah, they can live in various places. Ursa are seen elsewhere among humanity.
As a sword worlder, I'm going to choose Beater.
I think I'm just going to roll on the Spinward Marches table.
Okay.
I already rolled.
Would Spinward Marchers make sense for Zodani, or do I have to go pick a Zodani world?
Depends where you want to be from, I guess. If you are actually from the Zodani worlds, then yeah, it'd probably be better to, like, you're actually a born Zodani in the Zodani consulate, then we'd pick from the Zodani worlds.
Okay, I'll go start looking up Zodani worlds then.
Yep. You can always pick one of those.
Because I rolled, Corby, if you want to write this down, I got Snake Eyes.
Got Snake Eyes?
Oh boy.
For where you're from?
Yeah, that's a world called Allel.
Allel?
Allell.
Yep. It's got PHPARI.
Well, once you all have your things, I'll tell you what your free skills are for your worlds.
Okay.
Oh, I see where it is. Well, I'm right on the page. I'm smart. Well, if you're on that page, yeah, you'll see on that same page Birth World, Homeworld. So, PH, for example, would be, which is pre-high, I believe. Pre-high population, no skill for that. Pre-agricultural gives you Trader 1. And RI Rich makes you get to choose one art that you're good at.
Cool, I'll do that.
Where would I find a list of Zodani worlds?
You would give you a link to the. Actually, it's one I have given you all by now, but it's a good map that people have done a lot of good work on. Traveler Galaxy map.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
On travelermap.com, actually. I'll throw it into the Discord just so you can look it up easier.
Private lounge or new service?
Boop. Actually, I don't need. I can just
that
put
answers my question.
But like,
Okay, come here, traveler map. Oh, that is okay.
You'll need to zoom out a bit to find.
I'm zooming out, and it just keeps getting bigger.
I think Zodani is that big area right next to, in the blue area in the upper left.
Upper left, yeah.
So
Zodani consulate. Just north of the Spinward Marches. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, let's.
I have a question. If I don't remember reading this. If we have we get a point for fighter. Fighter's a bad example. If we get a point for pilot, which we don't even get at 0 base, so we get a point for pilot, and we can't put it directly into pilot because we have no skill in pilot, so we put it into small craft, so we have small craft 1. Does that mean we have pilot 0, or we have pilot X?
You would have pilot 0 because the minute you have the knowledge of that skill, then you have 0 of that skill. You can now default to that. So a person who has drive 1 groundcraft, drive 0 and has lifter 1. It's like I can drive any grav lifter, but throw me in a car, I'll figure it out. Although driver's a bad example because it's default, but you know what I mean.
That's why I looked at fighter and I was like, oh, bad example.
Okay. Zoomed in on a random part of the map, and I'm going with Anshish Rital or Riatal, R-I-A-T-L.
Give me that name again.
A-N-C-H-I-S-H space R-I-A-T-L.
Oh, I see it. In the Zephyrin's subsect in the.
Yes.
Boop. And I can grab that number. One of the things I love about Traveler, there's maps. The maps are comprehensive. There's a lot of stars are charted.
Question.
Mm.
On Birthworld, Homeworld, we are listed. We have a couple of things listed. It's GA, NI, AG, and RI for beater.
For beater.
Yeah, is it choose one skill?
You get one for each marker.
One for each mark.
For each trade class, you get something. The only exception is stuff that have no skill, like a dieback world or pre-high population. There's just nothing for them.
Okay. All right. So since beater is my both birth world and home world, I choose 2 skills then.
You should choose 3. You would get 1 art, 1 driver, and trader.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What does Anshish give me?
Oh, there it is. Boop. Pull up the world.
And I assume.
Oh, you silly thing! Fine, I'll do it.
Why are wheeled and automobile listed as different things in the book? I mean, in the sheet. I don't think they're listed differently in the book.
I don't think so either, because I think wheeled is wheeled. I'll look it up here in a moment.
There's an extra driver skill in the sheet that's not necessary.
Oops. Planet generators. The wiki doesn't list out the trade codes, but I have a way to figure out the trade codes. I've used Traveler stuff in all kinds of games. Like I ported this stuff up ever since I got the T5 book. If I wanted to generate something, I'd use Traveler to do it.
Ah, clever.
All right. So it is a B. Oh, this map, not that map. B4039 CB-B. Actually, I'll put that in the.
Oh, we've got a bear who knows how the world works, I guess.
Oh?
He's got Streetwise.
Oh.
Now I imagine a meeting this bear in like a leather jacket, like standing against a corner smoking or something. Like
Very sappy bear.
yes.
Hey, buddy, want a salmon?
Yeah.
Got fresh salmon. Yeah, I got Streetwise and language. So besides Anglic, I know something else.
Do bears speak Anglic as default?
Yeah, they're created on Earth.
Oh, okay.
Opinion, is that the trade code for that world?
I'm just translating it all over into whoa. My computer decided to be extra helpful. And by that I mean,
We love it when the computer is extra helpful. Hang on.
Oh, it's a capital. It's a local capital.
Ooh.
There you
That
go.
means you get world knowledge, doesn't it?
You get world knowledge no matter where you're from, but they get language for
Oh dang.
capital.
Okay. Apparently I'm very good in vac suits, which is funny because he's clumsy as crap.
It's a wonder he hasn't just floated off into space.
Right?
Corbinian, is the Darien Confederation part of humanity as well?
Yes.
Okay.
They are human humanity. They're the Drani, the Darians basically, developed on their own homeworld, so much like the Valand or the Zolomani. So they're human. They're one of the transplants of humanity.
Oh, Zolomani don't speak Anglic base, right? Because they're...
Jodani, no. Jodani generally speak the Jodani language, Zent.
Okay, so I guess I'll take that language as speaking Anglic so I can actually talk to everybody else.
That'd be wise.
Just yelling at them in Gent the whole time.
Well, with Anglic 1, not good, but like...
Well, no,
Passing.
the way it works is you get like your native tongue at your intelligence skill level, and then each language you get after that is one less than that.
Oh.
The max is one less than that, or is it just you get like so?
Your home language is your intelligence. Your second is one less. Your third is two less, and so on.
Oh, so he gets, assuming he has education, or is it int? It's int. Or
Int,
is it
yeah,
education?
intelligence.
Okay, so int. So assuming he has int 7, he gets Zent 7 and Anglic 6, not Anglic 1, and can go up to Anglic 6.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, so that means I get Anglic 4 and Zent 5.
Yep.
This dude is not well spoken either.
I normally don't roll for your own language generally, unless I'm testing for like an obscure, like, oh, this is an old word from 1,000 years ago.
Oh, like,
Hold
Old
on.
English, like Shakespeare.
It's like, oh, I have to roll Zent. Hold on, what? I don't know ancient Zent off the top of my head. Let me think about it.
Okay, so just Anglic 4 then. Cool.
Yep.
Corby, where are you getting the language list from? Because it's on the wiki, it's not Zent for the Jodani.
Oh, is it not?
It's Zettel. ZDETL.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Oh, I mean, I was just asking if there was another list I should be looking at.
No, that was going off of memory. I thought it straight up was Zent. Zent
is
is
an incredibly sophisticated and yet suave language.
I'm not sure
Yeah,
how language is suave, but
their complexion is described as swarthy.
Ah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're all swarthy. They all have like greenish eyes and all have dark hair.
Oh
They're
my
also,
god,
like-
they're like the Mediterraneans of the.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
they're all like taller. They're all
there's-
6 foot plus. Like very specifically, it's like they are all taller than the average human.
yep. And they even as a sort of cultural thing, they wear turbans that also accentuate their height even further because it's a fashion thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Just
taller
like they're just people from the Levant.
than pretty much.
They're Peter Lorre and the Maltese Falcon.
So it's gonna be like he's taller than everyone else, and then the Ursa walks in and he's looking up. He's like, "Oh,
Okay. There's not like a trade patois.
Anglic is the one that people would use if they wanted to be
Okay,
able to
fair
speak in
enough.
most places, because that covers most of humanity. Because that's why even a Jordani could learn Anglic fairly easily. It's like, yeah, it's a common. If you wanted to talk to non-Jordani, Anglic's a safe bet. Because technically, you could know, like, if you're from Terra, you could know Russian, English, French. It's like, yeah, but are you planning to leave Earth? Yeah, you should learn Anglic.
Ooh. There is actually an Ursic language.
ooh."
It's a lot of grunts and growls.
It's actually
roars.
pretty neatly described on the wiki. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up now. Hang on.
It's in the page with all the languages. Yeah.
Ursonic.
Yeah, it literally
you
started out
spell-
as grunts and growls. URSOTIC.
URSITIC.
SOTIC.
SOTIC. Oops.
So yeah.
Right. So does everyone have their homeworld, birthworld bonus skills?
Yep.
Yes.
These are skills you just would have known when you were a kid. You just grew up on this world. Everyone on that world knows these things, at least a little bit.
What about my world is why I have 2 skills in vac suit?
It is because I have to look it up again.
Like,
Ice
how-
World and Vacuum World. So it's
so it's just a dead frozen rock.
yeah, but people have like little like dome cities that they live in and stuff. So it would be
Ooh.
common for people who wanted to, you want to go for a hike. Well, you better know how to put on a vac suit. Like as a small child, you would have been taught how to deal with them. And because your world's super cold, even inside the domes, learning to know how to wear a vac suit would be wise because you need to adjust for
Okay.
vacuum and intense cold areas. So
Okay.
you'd know more than your average human about those things.
That
Oh,
And
makes
that's cool.
I assume the streetwise is just where to steal heating equipment from.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
subsector capital, so it's one of those. So he's running to
Oh.
government officials fairly frequent. So lots of street stuff happens on his world.
And then is surveying like looking at an area or
Yep, it's being able to survey like a 1 kilometer hex area, 10 kilometer, 1,000. It's the ability to survey land in general.
okay. Cool. All right. So it probably means he's like pretty alert then, just because he's always looking around.
Yeah, because you're from a non-agricultural world, so farming wasn't something that was a common practice. Was a practice almost no one did. So you had lots of manufactory jobs, lots of exploratory mission jobs for mines and stuff on the planet. That
Oh
sort
yeah,
of
like
thing.
mining surveys. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool. And now the hard confusing part, career, right?
No,
Well,
Okay,
actually,
yeah.
education.
education and training is next.
Oh right.
Education.
So, I don't think anyone had education under 5. Am I correct in
No,
that?
quite the opposite, actually.
Nope. No.
Got that juicy 12.
7, 8. So
Oh my
ED5.
goodness.
ED5 is not required. That's the schools to help you get up to at least education 5, so you can, because you need at least education 5 to even take trade school jobs. So it's like if you don't have ED5, there's a school for that to help you. Although the difference with that is actually we have a trainer. We have the Ursa who doesn't do that, so that doesn't ED5 isn't a thing for you. That's what mentoring and apprenticeship is for. So the question becomes, for those with education, the education stage, each time you do an education, so whether it's a trade school, college, university, you can try to get into one of the educational paths. If you fail to get in, you lose a year because you basically spent a year of your life. So all your characters right now are 18. You're all ready to go right now. Your characters can go straight into a career if they qualify and stuff. But some people get education before that, especially if your education is below 5. Then you really should. Good thing about ED5 is it doesn't take up time, so there's that. But everything else usually takes time. So trade schools take 1 year. Mentorship training course for our trainer over there, the bear, that's 1 year. Most higher education, like college and university, take 4 years. College and university are basically the same thing. It's just that universities in T5 let you get master's degrees and law degrees and stuff like that. So is anyone taking education, taking up education before they go into the workforce?
I will
Yes.
be doing that.
Same.
Sure.
Yeah.
With this social standing, yes, I am.
Yeah. All right. So, if you are going for a trade school, you would choose a particular skill. There is a list in book 1, page 60 or so.
Yeah.
But there is a list of things that a trade school basically is most anything that isn't it covers the non-academic stuff. So if you're learning how to do communications or our author or life support, like I just want to be good at this one particular thing, then you would take a trade school.
Right. Well, but before that, I think there's apprenticeship, which takes your time up to 18. So you get you like start apprenticing at 14 or something. which is no prereqs, auto apply, no time because it takes time before 18, and then you come out of that with a skill or knowledge 4 that's available from trade columns, and then you can go to trade schools.
Oh, you go to apprenticeship first. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. It literally is. What
Oh, you're right. Yep.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. That's right. You could take up characters can take apprenticeships first.
Yeah.
Oh, I think. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's the training process you're talking about. Trade school is the pure education route.
Right.
But for the RAR, I'm a bear, you would take an apprenticeship.
Right.
Because you don't have. Well, you can use it. You can take an EDU. It's just your training's at half value.
I think rolling a 4, I would wind up doing so many waivers. I'm going to come out better with a skill at 4 if I did an apprenticeship than trying to do university.
Yeah, definitely. Like for trainers, it's way better because you roll half your training stat when you do education rolls. Because training doesn't it has this advantage in an education environment. In Traveler 5. So yeah, your apprenticeship is straight up no time. You would choose, like I said, one skill goes up +4 or knowledge goes up +4.
Yeah. So is this, guys, where we might want to metagame a little bit and figure out, what
Who's doing what? Yeah.
I mean, I think that's nigh impossible because we don't know whether we're going to succeed at our education or what we're going to do in our careers. We could kind of think broad paths, but there's no real guarantee any of us are going to get what we claim as our part of the group's responsibilities.
No, but we can learn about our characters' backstories while we're making them.
Yeah.
Kind of like let's take my character to begin with. Has a fairly good social standing, not very intelligent, probably lower lower level noble sort, very low, like the cousin of the cousin of the duke or something. No chance in hell to inherit. Goes into owning a big farm or doing stuff like that. Not necessarily very physical, more agile, suited for mechanical work, perhaps. Let's see here.
We might run into each other then because you're growing up on Beater too.
Yeah.
Because it was an agri world, I went with, and we get trainer and driver. I went with rider 1. Because I assume like Earth farms, there's probably some 4 or 3-legged animal that you can ride.
Why not 6?
Or 6, right? Some alien beast. And for driver, I went tracked, but not because of military tracked vehicles, but because on farms and stuff where the ground is soft, you want
tractors.
Tracked. Yeah, you want tractors and
good.
stuff. So I'm planning on playing a character that came from Beater in an agricultural background.
Same.
I'll note to you, by the way, at 8 social, you're upper middle class. So you probably rub shoulders with nobles from time to time, but you're not in their gentlemanly circles. Well, it's gentlemanly as sword world. You.
Moi?
Yeah.
I have a 9 in social standing.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
I got that wrong. Then that means
you're not quite a gentleman, but you're a good man.
I'm the one with the 8 and the 12 education.
Low upper class, my bad. Just short of gentleman. Yeah. So you definitely you probably have gentleman friends or gentleman family members, or you might be the kid of someone who's a gentleman.
Yeah. Difference is I know which end of a shovel to hold and how to drive a stick shift. Which is what I chose. I chose wield, of course. So a little harder earth on our farm, but or the farm adjacent to us, where I learned to drive.
Your town has paved roads and everything.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or at least compacted earth.
Yeah.
Cobblestone, maybe, if it's old.
I'm looking at my guy. I mean, his education score is pretty high, but his int is not that great.
Same.
So I might just put him through like the OTC.
Well, yeah, you have to get into a college first. So once
Oh,
you qualify,
do?
you qualify for a college or university, and then once you're in, you can say, "I volunteer to be part of the OTC or any OTC program."
Okay, so we'll row for college then, and then.
Yeah, but the nice thing is you can choose EDU over intelligence for your college roles because it's
Yes.
better. Yeah.
Yep.
That is my plan.
Sounds like a plan for me too. Maybe not the OTC or something, but
So I have to roll because my education's a 9, so I have to roll a 9 or lower to qualify for this, right?
9 or lower on 2d6. Yep.
Okay, here we go. Whoop, wrong button.
Okay, Corby, can I talk to you for a
Figures.
second?
Well, I mean, you probably want to just take the first 2 dice you rolled, right, and not.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You rolled a 2 and a 3. That would be the more honest.
Hurrah!
Which is better for you, right?
Yes, way much better for me. Better than that 6 and a 5. Where were
Corby,
these numbers when I was rolling stats?
Yep. Go for it, Mike.
no, it's me, it's Jamie.
Jamie,
you really gotta tell us apart, man. It's gonna become a problem otherwise.
Yeah, I have to look at my voice thing a lot more. I keep mixing your voices up. I don't know why.
It's all good in the hood. So, applied for university with a roll of 6+2, which is 8 out of 12 required. Succeeded in all years because my maximum roll is 12. Majored in philosophy and minored in psychohistory. Applied for a master's, succeeded in both years. Majored in physics and program.
'Cause you
And now I
literally
want to
can't
get.
fail.
Yeah, I can if I roll 6/6. Actually, can I?
No, it's equal to or under.
Right. Now I want to do honors. So how's that work?
Honors.
Oh, it's a simple check, the same check you've been making, and it's pass-fail with no consequence. You either get it and you get it, or if you fail, there's no consequence.
Let's try it.
It's right
6 and a
above.
5. That's an 11. That's still a success.
You're looking on page 59, lower right hand.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
corner.
table for character generation right now. Yeah.
Well,
I
if
see
you
it, yeah.
scroll up, what I'm saying is, if you scroll up one page and you look at the bottom of the page above, you'll see the rules for honors.
Ah, all right. So I got the honors at age 22 as well. And now I'm debating whether I go for a professor's degree or enroll
You
in
should
something else.
literally. You cannot fail.
I literally cannot fail. It's kind of
Let's do
stupid. Yeah, I guess I'll go for a professor's.
Hey, you
You
have
got
the
a
stat
couple
for it.
of-
Your character's super smart, so.
Book
Yeah.
smart, but he's
Also-
an imbecile when it comes to other kind of smarts.
Also, it's not going to matter because you already have a education 12.
Yeah,
But if
it's
you
for the
succeed
skills.
at being a professor, your education is set to 12.
Yeah, it's skills mostly.
We're running around
Yeah.
with like this Harvard level professor, and we
I was
got
about to
two
say-
guys who are from a farm.
I'm guessing this character is going to be insufferable.
With intelligence 3 and education 12, you better believe it, Buster.
Oh god. He-
I know so many
Gee.
PhDs just like that.
He knows everything you would ever need to know, but is useless in most situations.
I'm a doctor, but I'm not that kind of doctor.
All right, I got an 11 total for my getting into college roll.
And what's the better of your education or intelligence?
Education, obviously. And I don't mean to be mean, I'm just exasperatingly saying it.
Oh, honors gives me a major +1. Cool.
So many
So-
majors.
So with your 11, that means you don't get in unless you apply for a waiver. What you would do is you would roll your social standing, and if you roll it or under, you would get wavered in because of your social standing.
I'll try my best. And that is 2d6 as well.
Yep.
Right.
7. Yep.
That
So you get wavered into the university despite failing the initial exam. And you can do in the educational stage. You can if you fail a future test during the years, you can try to waiver again. It's just that waiver tests are one harder. So basically the stats reduced by 1 for that one roll. So the more times you waiver, the harder it is to use it. Basically.
All right. Yeah. Do I keep rolling, or do I
yep.
want to wait for other people?
So you would roll. Did you go into college or university?
University.
University. So you would roll. You would roll 4 more times. Intelligence or education. The minute you fail, that represents your 4 year. The 4 years your character was in university. The minute you fail one of those rolls, you stop and have to check to see if you waiver or not. Otherwise, your character failed out of university.
Run that by me again. I was right. I was typing. Sorry.
So you roll. You do roll. You roll. You check your education 4 times. If you fail any one of them, you stop the minute you fail, and you have to check against your social to see if you can waiver it. If you don't, if you fail the waiver as well, then your character fails out of university, and they get as much as they can have gotten out of university.
Question. Furthermore, I have succeeded in my professor's college. I'm now a professor of biology with a minor in athletics. Can I go for a command college now, or how does command college work actually?
That's a military thing. So you would get. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, command college is something you go to when you reach a certain rank in the military. It's not just something you choose to go to.
Yep.
Oh, I see.
So
I'll
that's
go
what
into
it
a flight
means by
school then.
assigned.
Yeah, I'll go flight school then, because why not?
If you're going into
Heck
flight
yeah.
school, then you would have gone into OTC or NOTC.
Oh, it says prerequisite is honors BA. I have an
It
honors
does,
BA.
yeah.
But to get to flight school at all, you have to have gone to a military academy or OTC or NOTC. Flight school is like a furthering of your military education.
Yeah,
I'm gonna waive that then.
Yep.
Military. I'm ready for a career when everyone else is. Then.
Cool.
All right.
Good God,
so
you're highly educated.
Yeah. I
So
rolled
high.
7 for my first, and 11 second, and 4 on the third. I wasn't sure if the 7 worked, but I stopped when I did know that would not work.
So 7 does work because it's equal or lower.
Alright.
11 would be a fail, so you have to check against your social at a -1
Alright.
instead of 9 at 8 is your target number.
Rolling. Nope.
Yep. So you got wavered again. So you pass that 3rd year.
And 4th year then.
4th year. Yep.
Cool.
Made it with 2 waivers, but hey, it's a pass.
Hey!
For university, you would get. So you would choose a major and a minor for your university. So you choose one skill that you would get. 4 in the skill and a minor, and you would get, because you graduated all the way through, you also get because you finished all 4 years, you would get 4 in one skill and then 2 in your second one. On that list, university, college, there we go. All right.
Question: is there any point in me going to law school at all, or like if I could?
Yeah, you can get advocate, and if your education's high enough, you would be considered an attorney. Or no, if you graduate, you become an attorney of law.
I'm considered a
Separable
professor. Yeah, a professor already. I am considered, but I could be considered an attorney.
Yep, you could go to law school and get an advocate too.
I might as well. Right?
Do it.
No, I'm not gonna do
Yeah.
it.
The only downside is that your character's gone through what 4, 5, 6 years of a higher education, so they're 6 years older.
Yeah, from 18 to I think right now I wrote it down. He is 26.
Which is better than me. I'm 22 and failed to get into military academy, the naval academy, the university, and the college.
What can I say, dude? Just get more book smarts.
I have
Grade school.
This character has a higher intent than your professor does.
Yes, well, but who has the title of professor, young boy?
What's quick question? What's the difference between survey and recon?
Recon specifically devoted to sussing out military assets in an area, where survey is like exploration and map making of an area.
Okay.
All
Because
right.
I'm looking at soldier skills, and I'm like, well, I could take recon because he already has survey, so it's just like that's his thing, is looking around and stuff. But also just like fighter is a useful thing to have.
Well, I majored in astrogator and minored in automotive.
Oh, so you I major in astrogation and for fun, I'll learn about automotive too. Why not?
Huh?
Uh,
What was that?
Because you went astrogator automotive.
Yeah.
So it's I was just imagining the character who signed up for their major minor. It's like, oh, I'm going to learn about astrogation and stuff, but you know what? My minor, I'm going to learn about a bit about cars while I'm at it.
I mean, there
It's
are
not
a
a
few
bad thing.
things I don't know about a wheeled vehicle, but I might as well learn a little bit more.
Mm.
And then it's just, what is this course? Jeebus crust.
So
Oh, hey, Corbinian question.
yeah.
Does Officer 1 mean my character gets tested, or does he need like a promotion before we get there?
Yeah, you'll be since you're going into the military. You would be tested at whatever age you're at currently. So you're.
So that's 19 because he spent a year in the OTC,
Mhm.
I think, because he started 18 and
Right.
then
And you went
OTC is a
to.
year.
Did you go to
No.
university or college?
Oh, I thought it was you have to qualify and then you say I volunteered. You have to go through college first.
Well, what you apply to college. If you get in, then you say I'm now
Yeah,
as part
yeah.
of my college. I'm like OTC as well.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was like you qualify and then you're like, instead I'm going to do this thing. I didn't realize it was alongside it.
Yeah, it's alongside it, and you would only get officer one if you graduated. So you have to make it through the 4 years of college to qualify for, to become an officer.
Okay, well I guess just roll for that then. So rolling 2d6 4 times. So first time. Nope, that's higher than his education of 9.
You would check against social if you want to try to waiver it.
So I roll again for social?
Yep.
Okay, please. Nope, that's higher. His social is a 7.
You don't get into university.
Hooray. College dropout, let's go. Okay. Alright, so where can he go from here then?
So you tried to get into a university. So you eat up 1 year.
He got into the university. That was his first year.
Oh, he got in and then failed. That's right. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So you still get you still get 1 skill in your major, whatever you majored in. So you get.
Where's the list of majors?
Page 60 of book 1.
Page 60.
So anything with a C next to it is something you can learn in college.
Okay.
So
Aquanautics. No.
Did you think about what we were talking about with continue or with choosing the skills and which way you wanted to go on those?
For careers, yeah, I'll get into that when we're at that stage.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Term 2. I don't know how to do this automatically yet. I've been waiting for this time.
Sorry, term 2. You got through. So last we left off with you, you had gotten through your. You'd gotten through your 4 years. You'd gotten your major minor.
Yeah.
So at this point, you could either apply for a master's if you want, or an honors if you wanted, or you could go into career. Like you can go from career from this education you have.
I'll go into a master's.
Okay, so you would apply for this education role.
3.
Oh yeah, you got in.
Okay. So low is good. All right.
Low is good. Yep. You want to roll equal to your number or lower. And now you go through your 2 years of your program. So it's the education roll twice.
First one not so good, I suppose.
So you'll need a waiver to get through your first year of the masters. So that is not 8, it's 7. You're trying 7 or lower is what you're shooting for. Which actually, yep.
There you go.
And you rolled for your second year, which you got through, so you get through your masters. So you have an MA in your major and minor. So you get 2 more in your major skill and 1 more in your minor skill.
I'll just write MA and we'll come back to that later.
Yep. From there, you can go into your professors if you want, because you have an MA.
I'll probably go into a career.
Okay. Work for a living. Do something real with your life. No.
What's your education at?
Mine?
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Because you got a master's, it goes up to 9, right?
Yeah, your education is set automatically at 9.
Yep.
Because you're a smart boy.
And actually, even graduating from university, put it up to 9 anyway for a BA. So yeah, your education's up to 9 now. The other reason to go into school. So shift out of my records. Oh, and a couple other people. Does anyone else's education shift? I imagine Jamie, yours. Oh no, yours is at C. Never mind.
Mine is I can't go any further than this. Well, actually, I can. But...
If you had more schools, I'd go to them.
My character did take a mentor, so his training goes up by 2 from 8 to A.
From 8 to A. Oop.
What is photonics? Is that like the study of photons, like light?
Yep. And systems thereof, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah, so like lasers. Okay. Alright, let's go with... Makes sense for him.
Corby,
Concerned with the
for,
devices and materials based on light, electromagnetic radiation, photon flow, devices that emit or radiate photons, etc., etc.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry, I
Corby
jumped over.
It's fine. For using natural weapons like claws and teeth, is that unarmed or blades for the skill?
That's a good question. I'd say unarmed.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking.
Scrolling.
Yeah, we'll take. So that's he gets photonics 1 or photonics 0.
That's your major?
Yeah, that would have been the major.
Oh yeah, you failed out in your first year. So yeah, you just get
Yes.
1. You'd have
Photonics
photonics 1, which hey,
Cool.
better than most people. Most people don't know any photonics.
Brilliant. Okay. All right. Is there anywhere he can go after this? Like, could he go to like?
I can't go to university because he failed. He could try for college or trade school.
Okay. Yeah, let's try for a college then.
Okay, so you rolled better be enter education.
Yep. All right, so we're trying to get under 9 because that's his better of the two.
What? Computer, thanks.
Oh goodness, that matches. All right, sweet.
You just make it.
Just make it. Hooray.
I assume your major is the same as you've already been taking?
It's gonna be the same. Yeah.
Uh,
All right.
4 checks of enter education.
Here we go. Be education every time because his int is a 5. Oh my goodness.
Year 1,
Year 1.
2,
Year 2.
3.
Year 3.
Ah, you need to do a
I'm
waiver.
gonna-
You can attempt a waiver.
I'm gonna attempt a waiver. Has to be under a 7.
1 less because
it's
you've used
social?
your waiver.
That's right. So under a 6, and it
6.
has to be social.
Yep, 6 or lower.
Please, 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 please. Nope. Okay. What the heck, dude?
Well, on the plus side, you did get 3 more photonics, and you
Yep.
get 1 in whatever your minor is.
Okay. Minor, once again, picking from the list of things with a C.
Yep.
Cool. You know what? We'll go with. What does athlete apply towards?
Basically, any athletic activity, lifting, climbing, that sort of thing.
Cool. Yeah, we'll take that because his strength is higher.
Athlete. Sports-related physical activity and competition.
Oh, okay. That's what that's for.
So physical activity, organized sports, coaching, physical conditioning.
Gotcha. In that case, let's go with. Minor would have been in we'll do magnetics. So photonics 3, magnetics 1. And unfortunately, since he didn't make it through college, no OTC for him.
So you're 3 years older now, so 21.
Mm-hmm. 21, yep.
So the only other avenue you could possibly do now would be a trade school. Otherwise, you'd have to go into a career.
And trade school is just what is it?
It's 1 year, and you choose a you get +2 in a particular major. It's the only reason you do it is if you wanted to get a skill to go up by 2.
Okay, well, we can try for magnetics. Take an extra trade course in that.
It's an educational. In check, actually, you're right. It's in check to get in.
Oh, and is it int for trade school?
It is, yep. I'm not sure you want to try that.
Oh yeah, no, we're not trying that.
At that point, there is no other path forward for you in education.
Off on a career then.
Anyone else still on education?
I am finishing up.
Oh, you're in training. That's right. You do differently.
Do we want to fit my my things before we move on? I'd like some help with that.
Fit your things? Like what?
Like figuring out what I up my skills with, because it's a little bit jumbled and there is a lot of text on these pages.
What did you want to go to school for?
I went to school for astrogation and autonomics, right? Automotive, sorry. And
Did you pass all your years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I managed to get a major or a master's in both of them as well. So that would put me at what exactly? So I know what to put in the things.
Well, if you got a master's, your education is now 9.
Yeah, I fixed that.
And you have 9, not 9. You have 6 in astrogation, and you have 3 points in the automotive.
So you just replace the X with those numbers. Automotive in here.
There's automobile in this thing.
Automobile's not actually in the book. I think that's what we were talking about earlier. You'd put it on wheeled.
Oh, but okay. So
crud.
for automotive, okay, yeah, you would put automobile is friggin' automotive. I don't know what the person who made this sheet. I probably had that in. Oh no, it's under driver. What the hell?
Is it okay if I'm not writing this down on Roll20? I'm writing it down in my little notebook.
Yeah, because you can, like I said, you could transfer it over later.
Yeah, all right.
Where's
I
automotive in
deleted
here?
it off the sheet because it's not actually in the skills list.
Boop, boop. Oh, there it is.
Let's see here. Default skills.
No, automotive is one of the driver ones. Because there's
Yeah,
automotive and
exactly.
then there's wheeled. Yep.
So I changed it to automotive in my sheet on Roll20, and yeah, put 3 in it.
Oh, automotive is under the driver skills. That's what they used for. Oh, okay. I understand now.
Exactly.
Wheeled is for driving the car. Automotive is for actually repairing and maintaining the car. Okay, I follow.
Ah, okay.
Indeed. So yeah, then I think I'm done with that, and we can move on to careers if there's nothing else.
Yep, if you're done with your education, book,
But first,
scroll.
tea break.
Yep.
Okay, so
Wow.
the Ursa did an apprenticeship. Worked in the restaurant business till he was 18, so he has Chef 4. He did a mentor to raise his training. He did a certified trader course for 2 for trader. He attended the Institute of Self-Defense, where he learned some unarmed combat. Then he attended the To Caroline School of Flight, where he got some small craft piloting skills. Then he attended a standard small arms qualification program, where he got some knowledge about slug throwers. And his last trade school was the Traders Guild School of Commerce, where he added 2 more to his trader. At this point, his roll to pass-fail was down to 6, and his age was 24.
A very well-rounded bear.
Well, bears tend to be pretty round.
So-
It's true. Well, before they hibernate, they do. Hey, buddy.
This bear is so much more accomplished than me. I'm 23, and I spent and lost 4 years trying to get into various educational institutes, and then spent 1 year at trade school for blades. So the bear has like 4 or 5 times the number of skills I do, and is only 1 year older.
Well, there actually is, and I discovered this making up various characters this week, some real advantages if you have a decent score in trade to going the trade school route. I mean, it really can do some neat things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my character is 21, and he spent a year in university, failed that, 3 years in college, failed that. So he has like he's got a cobbled together major and a minor.
It's like, oh, do you have a degree in photonics and magnetics? No, I just know a lot about them.
Well, you know, that is, they
Everything
asked
but
me.
paper.
They asked me if I have a degree in theoretical physics. I told them I have a theoretical degree in physics. They said, "Welcome aboard."
Everything but the paper, essentially.
All right, so the next step is choosing your career.
And this is the one where I am stuck on quite possibly the most.
Yep, I'll be able to walk
And-
you through this part makes.
No. I know how the careers work and everything. It's just I'm struggling with what to pick because my
Oh.
stats are doo doo.
You pick scholar, right?
I would. My strength, dex, and endurance are fine, but my int is doggy doo doo.
Citizen?
I know we.
Scholar don't do the normal.
No, they do.
Oh, they do have a risk. No, they have a risk reward. Yeah, they
Yep.
do. Okay, you're right.
And if you fail, you get hurt.
How do you get
Yeah.
hurt as a scholar?
It's because you're doing dangerous research.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Pairs.
see.
Well, remember too, you can, you may not get the rewards, but you can mitigate the risk of failure by the mods you can put on
You could just be
bravery or-
really cautious
Yeah.
that one year that you have a bad stat.
The stat's a 3. How
No, that's what
cautious
I'm
do I have to
saying.
be?
You can be cautious at a 9. You can go all the way up to 9, which means you could be cautious 9, meaning you will not fail that risk. You just aren't going to succeed at the reward either.
Yeah.
I guess
So
to decide.
You would be able to pull
Yeah.
it off and not get injured. It's just you'd have to be really cautious.
So I know we have an astrogator. Did somebody manage to get like a pilot
I'm
beyond
working on
small
that now.
craft? Okay.
I think I might try and do. I'm not sure where to go with this guy. His best scores are strength and education.
Strongs and education.
Marine, C1, C4.
Sounds good.
Wait, that's intelligence, not education. That's C5.
Yeah. And his intelligence is a 5, so.
Could work.
Strength helps you with a lot of rolls, because almost all of them look at C1. C5 is really the only people who look at that hard are nobles, rogues,
Nobles.
and entertainers. Well, the rogues use whatever. You pick one skill, and that's just what you use forever while you're in that career. So if you only like one stat, you only want to roll that one stat for your career, well, be a rogue. And
I could go rogue with that education 12. Sounds spicy.
Ooh.
it's like I just roll rogue every time I do a turn. I never have to use a different characteristic. I'm not even allowed to.
Screw it, I'll go scholar. This character is not one for roguish activities. He's as dumb as a bag of bricks.
But well learned.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're going
I'm-
for officer school, if you're trying to become an officer at some point, you'd either two things. If you wanted to check your psi, you either want to become an officer in one of the military careers, or you want to choose something like citizen or some other role that you know you'll do well at, and then later become a functionary. And that makes you, once you become a functionary, that means you're not just you're a manager or an administrator in that role. Because functionary is something you can't choose out of the gate. It's something you choose after being in a career for like more than for
Right.
one or more terms.
Yeah. 'Cause I'm looking at like the military careers, and they begin with soldier and marine would begin with strength, which is good for him, but also they include rolling with dex, which is a 2.
You don't have to do dex as a marine. I don't think you ever do dex as a marine.
Oh no, you're
Yeah.
right. It's C1
Yeah.
and C4, which is it's the strength and his int.
Eat enough crayons. You don't need it.
Literally, that's why I'm thinking about going marine, because I have a 9 in strength and and int 5, so I'm just going to try to survive on strength alone and be cautious on my
wow.
int year.
You know, that might be what I have to do as well. Yeah.
This is, by the way, how I and Temsik had a falling out.
This is what?
This is how I and Temsik had a falling out, or Temsik and I actually.
Because he's
I
a,
no,
he became
he
a marine?
No, I pissed off a player at his table for saying that veterans ain't shit.
I just realized the problem with Scholar. I can never get promoted because my int is dog shit.
Oh no.
I feel a need to correct myself. Veterans, good, means they quit.
I'm out.
Essentially.
Mhm.
So I got kicked out of that game, but now I'm here and I can shit on the military reasonable amount.
I mean, if it gets me clicks, go for it. No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm getting a very different kind of mail for some reason. I don't know why.
Give your spiciest takes and get Corbinian pushed into the political category on Twitch.
Speaking of which,
Kill that AdSense money.
I'll if this group feels good and stuff, you are probably most welcome to join me and a couple of people that I know over on my podcast, where we're playing Deathwatch soon.
Ooh.
For some support characters or flashback characters and stuff.
You need a tech priest. I got you.
Well, we'll keep it in mind. Not like that. Well, yeah, of course.
Sweet. All right. I am gonna go the marine route because I'm not gonna risk rolling against my dex.
The Hunt for Glory at Vibe Tribe Productions, by the way.
Ooh. Okay.
Actually, could you throw the thing in Discord? I can throw it in the chat, so if people want to look it up, they can type it in. If you have a website or a link or anything, I don't mind upping people. That's fine.
I'll send the entire Vibe Tribe Productions thing. We'll just see.
For those seeing this on video on demand later, I'll put it in the little description in the bottom.
In the doobly-doo.
Yeah. Well, I don't use that word because I don't know, it makes you feel silly. Says the guy playing Traveler 5 with a talking bear and some Vikings, so what do I know?
We've got two Vikings.
Yeah. So that's what a marine career would be for a sword wielder, right? Either
Yes.
a marine or a trader is like, that's what Vikings do.
Yeah.
Okay, the bear is going to be a scout.
You're going to try to
Ooh.
qualify for Scout?
I'm also gonna be.
Yeah,
a scout.
I
would
did.
say.
I already rolled that. Yeah, so I'm
See,
working on his terms now.
I assume a scout is someone who like sits in a shuttle for long periods of time, just like doing scans of a world. So now I imagine a bear with like back trouble from a decade of like sitting just in the cockpit for a decade.
Well, don't worry. You get to be part of a scout ship. There's like they actually have their own larger. You be part of a crew sometimes.
Oh.
Yeah, but most of the time it is just solitary. But apparently, just based by the skills, there is a lot of planet side stuff too.
Now I imagine like there's a little shuttle bay where right outside the shuttle bay where all the scouts come into the bigger ship. There's a water cooler and the bear just like shooting the shit with the other scouts about what he saw.
Right. Well, like, the cool thing about scouts is like if you don't take courier, if you do explorer, which is dangerous, but you get 8 skills every turn.
Oh
or
my
8
gosh.
rolls on the skill table. Yeah.
A very well-rounded bear.
Fellas, I'm gonna be real here. I've been in this career for 3 terms and I still haven't gotten a promotion.
As a scholar? Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 5 publications. 5. I'm dying
Go
here.
in the chat or in Discord.
Discord. Yep. Boop.
All right. How does
Copy.
one do career? Because I could not figure that out.
One moment. I'll help you with that. Just to
It's
find
good
out
that we're in this together.
Yes.
where the fuck.
I'm also barely literate, and words make my brain hurt. But I'm still in this hobby, so can't do much about it.
Boop, boop. There it is.
Sweet.
And then, let me find my book again.
Actually, no, I've been
Chat
doing
again.
this
There we
wrong.
go. So Mike, you want to be a scout? You want to try to be a scout, rather?
Yes, please.
Scout.
And when that ultimately fails, I know what he will be after that.
So you would check your first to try to get in. You would try to check against your first, second, or third characteristic, whichever one is better.
Second. God fucking damn it.
Oh no.
There. So you did not get into the scouts, unfortunately.
Fuck it. I'm volunteering for the Navy.
Hey.
That's how most people get into the Navy. They don't know what else to do, so they just say, "Fuck it, I'm joining the Navy."
Spacer.
Work as an ensign for a year or something.
You roll intelligence.
Excuse me?
To become a spacer at a Navy, you roll intelligence.
Yep.
God damn it. It's my worst stat. It's a 4. It's literally my worst stat.
Come join me in the Marines.
I mean, without the 6, that would be great, but you know.
Oh, true.
So you're not able to get into the Navy. Marine is strength-based. Or you could go rogue.
Yeah. After
Or
failing, you could just go to a life of crime.
I mean, it's functionary works and noble works. If I can go into noble, that is.
You need to have a social of B or higher to go in. In functionary, you need to have at least one term in something else. So you'd have to be a citizen or something before you went, because you're a functionary of whatever that role is, of that previous career.
So what mod does a wound badge give you for Marine promotions?
Marine.
If you look at Marine career, it has an asterisk next to enlisted promotions, and it gives medals and wound badge mod.
Wound badge. Badge. I can spell, I swear.
See, I know where to find the wounded medal mods, which are on the mustering out page on 70, but I don't see anything about wound badges.
Oh, you get a wound badge because you got wounded.
Yes, but on the enlisted promotion, right? You roll C1 star. The star is plus medal and wound badge mods. That's what the WB stands for, I think. So what is a wound badge mod? Do you see what I'm?
Yeah, I'm scrolling around to find to figure it out. Oh, there. If an officer increased by +1, medals but not wound badges are mods for soldier, marine. Oh, it's for promotion?
Yep.
Okay. So what's weird, I look up on on page 70 it says if officer increased +1 for each medal. Medals but not wound badges are mods for soldier, spacer, and marine promotion.
But then why does it specifically call out What else could the WB be except
That
for
is wound badge, yeah. I would give it the +1 because you got hurt for the Empire or for the Confederation, so you'd be more likely to get promoted, I would think. Assumed you didn't get drummed out. Because that makes sense.
No, I mean, this probably will be a reroll because strength was my good score, but I got -3 on the first.
Oh, you got really badly hurt.
I
Oh.
did, but not enough to get force mustered out, so I don't even get the benefit of the double muster out. So this this character will probably just have died in the war with the Empire. Because I'm probably gonna, I could probably choose another career, but all my stats are not, they're average or less. So I'm kinda, I
Corby,
wouldn't succeed at any other career.
Yeah.
We've had our first
Corby,
casualty.
question, please.
Yep.
When I've used up all my available stats for risk and reward, it goes back, right?
Yeah, it resets.
It resets.
Yep.
Okay, let's go for a 4th term, I believe, because you'll see my stats at the end of this. It's a bit wild.
Somehow, I was still able to continue in the Marine career.
What?
I don't know.
Can
Somehow.
I retry joining the scouts? If I have 2 more rolls to my term. Because I have failed 2. Right.
Yeah. On your sheet. Yeah, just to help you with that. So yeah, each time you fail, it doesn't fill out a term. A term is a term in a career, like is the full 4 years in that thing. So your stuff at the university would have been would have been your term 0 essentially.
Okay. All right.
And you can have more than 10 terms. That's just most people after like 40 years of in career, they usually go into traveling or they're too old to do most jobs. Well, I suppose citizen you can get into. But.
So on the on the continuing and the selection of skills.
Yes. So if you roll to continue, you can say you roll to continue a career and you fail. By book, you would go straight in. You would go straight into being a traveler.
You cut out there for like half of what you were explaining.
So if you roll continue for a career and you roll, you fail to continue a career by book, you'd become a traveler at that point. You stop trying for careers. The way to mitigate that by book is you would change before roll and continue. You would just change to a different career. Like you would apply for a different career or do some education first. But I'm willing, if people want to, you can continue because it makes sense to me that you could well, this career's over. I now move on to a different one. The difference is that if you roll for, the only thing I am keeping is that if you are trying to leave a career, like even if you're trying to become a traveler, you still roll continue. If you roll Snake Eyes, your character is forced due to some emergency to stay in that career for another term because something's come up and they had to stay around before they became a traveler. As for skills, so when you complete a career or you complete a term, you can roll from the table for that career. But you can instead choose, especially if you have a particular build in mind. You're like, well, I really wanted my guy to be able to shoot a rifle. Well, you're in the Marines. You can learn to shoot a rifle. You can learn to swing a sword. That's fine. And that's just in the spirit of building the character. You to some degree taking some of the randomness out because some of the game is in character creation is about that randomness. You're not sure what's going to happen, that uncertainty. But once you're at the skills bit and you're like, you've made the term, I'm like, you can choose if you want. It's fine. That's one thing I don't mind because that's something even in earlier games you could do. Sometimes you could choose your skills, or if you're like, you know what, if I don't know what to pick, roll it. You who knows what you're gonna make.
That's good to know. I've been I've been picking the column but rolling the skill.
Yep, that's up to you.
Some you get to do that, but I think in like the military branches, you don't even get to do that by book. You choose.
You don't get to pick the column. Yeah.
You don't get to pick the column. The column is based on the operation you did that year.
Yeah, in that case, that's what would be linked into, because it's what would be reasonable for your character to have gotten. So if you were in a combat that year, then you could choose anything in that column. But if you're in something like, say, craftsman or merchant, then you could you have rolled any of those? Yes, then you can choose. But if it's something that you were locked into because of a military career, then it's like, well, you can choose from that list instead of rolling.
All right, and I already have Blades 2, which is a subcategory of fighter, and so I get another. I'm choosing to take 2 levels of fighter, so I would do fighter 1 and then another sub skill of knowledge 1. Or no, it was that once you get 2 knowledges, you can start taking the skill and
Itself.
not have to take any sub knowledges anymore.
Yep.
Rolling strength for applying to the Marine Corps.
Good luck.
No. I'll try endurance for citizen, and then I'm out of work for 4 years. That's gonna be fun. That's good. That's much better.
Well, there
I'm
you
a citizen. Yay! I'm going into farming.
go. I tried to join the military. It's like, guys, I tried to join your military. You wouldn't freaking let me. Fine, I'll take up farming. Screw it.
A functional member of society. Okay. So strength roll to apply for the Marines. Here we go. And his strength is a. Let me remind myself.
Oh,
Strength is an 8. Okay.
so I got burned hard. So I have an intelligence of 5. I decided an intelligence of 5, that's a really difficult risk and reward roll. So I took caution 5. But I rolled a 5, which means had I not rolled caution, I would have not failed on the roll. But now I still passed, but now I get none of the benefit of passing because I went with such a high caution roll.
Oof.
Corby, can I get you for a second?
Sure.
I'd like to tell you my new stats. Writing this down?
Do.
Because I mustered out. At
Alright.
the ripe old age of 46, my character mustered out with the following stats: 9 B E 8 C A.
Silly, that's just one number.
It's one string, really. No. The only downside is that you are older, so some of your physical stats do go down because you aged.
Yes, I have to roll for aging, right? Shall we do that now or later?
Do you roll for that?
Every year after 34,
Yeah.
every 4 years after 34, I think you roll to see if the aging takes effect.
Oh hell, okay. I thought it was automatic.
It's a
Never
roll
mind.
you want to. It's
It's
a roll
a-
you want to fail.
Yeah, you want to fail it. Let me see where it is.
Feel free to fire off those rolls because those affect your final stats anyway.
Yeah, I'll do it publicly. Just I gotta find where it is. Aging process. There we go. So currently I'm at
Aging's
midlife.
Page 89.
Right. Yeah. So wait, how does this work? Do I want to roll for because I'm 42 right now? Do I want to roll for twice when I was in peak, or once when I was in peak and one in midlife?
The check happens every 4 years.
I didn't.
So twice in midlife. Is that correct? So from 34 to 38, and from 38 to 42.
Yeah.
And then once more in midlife, actually, because I am 46. Okay, I'll do 3 2d6 rolls in Roll20.
Winchester, what are you doing?
I tried to roll 2d6 and I rolled, but I had just rolled 4d6, so I rolled 42d6. So this character and possibly my next 3 characters are fully determined at the moment.
Okay. Good job.
And I'm also learning, if you go to Marine A&M school, your options are driving or fighting.
Okay,
You're
so
not
Corby, help
really
me out with
doing
this
much
one.
more than that.
I succeeded in one of these age checks, so what exactly goes down?
If an
I
opposed
failed.
effect,
I failed 2 and I succeeded 1.
Wait, you're 42?
46.
Oh, okay.
it's rolled for each characteristic. So at the age check, you check for
Oh, hot dog.
Each
For
physical.
each
because
physical
your
one.
physi-
Yes.
You have a different physical and a different mental age. It's on, if you're using the Roll20 sheet, you can scroll. There's a place that says start of physical aging and a start of mental aging. It's
Mental
No,
age doesn't
right.
start till like 66. Yeah.
Yeah,
It-
humans 66. Okay, so I'll roll for all my physical stats then, which is strength, dex, and endurance. Is that correct?
Strength, dex, endurance, and
That's it, right?
that's it. Yeah, because intelligence is a mental. Yep.
Okay, I'll roll
So-
first for the first check.
So what happens is that if you fail, for each check that you that you feel the effect that you succeed at, that characteristic goes down by 1.
Okay, then these rolls that I've done, let's say they're from the ages of 34 to 38. So in this case, my dex would go down by 1.
So it goes down to A.
It goes down to A. That is correct. I'll do the second round now. That's a fail on all. Success on all, actually. So no, fail. Yeah, fail on all. So nothing goes down
Yep.
on that one, and then we do the harder one, difficulty 6.
No.
And still not feeling the effects of age.
Well, isn't there a 6 right there?
Yeah.
There's a six.
Does it have to be equal?
Equal or less is the target number you didn't want to get.
That's
this time.
another one for Dex then. Crud. That's a 9 then. So 99E8 CA.
You know, for someone at your character's age, that's pretty good physicals, honestly.
That's very good. You are stronger than my 21-year-old currently.
He's had a hardy life, and my biggest surprise is that I rolled for personal skills in my progression. I got hit with the int stick 5 times.
Oh,
I went from
no.
3 int to 8 int.
Oh my goodness.
I think I made a mistake.
In 2 different terms, mind you. I wrote it down here, but
Okay.
God,
Alright.
the first term of Scholar was rough, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so I'm going to try for actually being able to enlist in the Marines. Strength score of 8. That's a no.
I'm done with this character then, I guess.
You would get your muster out bonuses for your.
I did.
You did that. Okay. Cool.
I got 35,000 credits and +1 to my fame.
Oh, nice. What was that, Mike? I heard you were trying to drum in there.
I said congratulations.
Ah.
Also, I'd like some help.
Sure, certainly. You're at Citizen, I believe.
I am at Citizen.
Okay, so you get in. That's easy enough. So you choose one of your first 4. One of your first 4 stats. Yep. You can do education. I don't think you want to do education. Let me check your stats. Actually, your education's not terrible.
Oh, my education is 9.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So when you do a check, you have to choose one of your first 4 for Citizen at least. You have to choose one of your first 4 stats, and you roll that for the term. Alternatively, because you have a major or minor, you can instead Gonna move the mic a little better. You can instead roll your education because you basically do your major as your job.
Yeah, sounds good.
So
Astrogator. I'm an astrogator. I don't know the rest of the lyrics.
that's for the entertainer in the group to figure out. All right, so for this first term, I haven't rolled the citizens before, so I have to reread it again.
That's okay. You have more. You have more. Blah, 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 blah. Never mind.
I do have that. I agree with you. No.
And if anyone needs me to clarify what we meant by that, you see, when two men love each other, yeah, that's the end of that sentence. Go for it.
Can't wait till we start talking about docking.
Oh, you
God
see,
damn it.
talking is
For
when.
crying out loud.
Oh no.
Can I hear about the birds and the bees again, Mom?
So,
You see, when
we-
two birds love each other very much.
oh, holy crap. Okay, cool. So you would roll your education to see if your citizen life as an astrogator succeeded. If it went really well, or if it was a very boring, interesting 4 years.
It's an 8.
So, you gain astrogate. You gain 4 ranks in astrogator because you learned a lot during your 4 years as a citizen astrogator. Like, you weren't working for the Navy; you just helped, like, probably going from ship to ship, helping people navigate the stars, and learned a lot.
Yeah, that's like a pilot in a harbor setting, right?
Yeah, well, you're the navigator one. You're the one helping people. You're not the one flying the ship. You're the one helping the pilot get to where. Well, no, the astrogator checking a pilot check when you fly starships.
Oh yeah.
Or you could be the guy people came to and were like, "Hey, how do I get here? Oh, I can do the astrogation rule for you for this much." Like,
So what's the difference between a P? What is a P system? And I don't need the answer on when two men love each other. I need what an actual
You
P
see,
system
when two women love each other very much.
see, you did this to yourself. A P system. That's one of the skills.
Well, because I'm a Marine, right? I've got Fighter 6 already. So taking more Fighter doesn't do me anything.
Oh, you're a Marine. You see, when two crayons love each other.
86.
I could put the Fighter into knowledge instead of skills to keep getting benefit out of it. But that seems like a waste. So I'm trying to figure out if P systems is something we need.
P systems. I'm trying to think what that's short for.
That's power systems.
Oh.
Do we need that?
My character has pretty good engineering. I mean, like actual
Okay.
engineering. Yeah.
Do we need turrets?
Yeah, I don't have any gunnery skills.
Yeah,
Does
turrets would be good.
All right,
Turrets
then
would
I'll
be
take
good.
turrets.
I got some gunnery skills I picked up during my scholarly years, actually.
Really?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, but go back to citizen.
My goodness.
Now that we know what a P system is and it doesn't involve... Well, I mean, it involves something to do with crayons. It's how you load the gun, really. But...
How did you get turrets in school?
Theoretical knowledge.
Because
Read a lot of books about how to use a turret.
I don't think you can take turrets in university.
No, got it as a scholar, didn't you? So on back to citizen. I'll address that in a moment. So you made it as a citizen. You can see if you continue that life as a citizen astrogator, or because you served a term in a career, you can try to change. You can try again to try to move into a different career if you wanted, or you can just stay a citizen because you did it. You did succeed at it so far.
I'll stay a citizen for now.
Okay. Roll 2d6 to see if you're not fired. You need to get 10 or lower because citizen jobs are easy to keep. God damn it!
Oh, no.
Damn it.
Oh.
Fired. Good for me.
I didn't fire. I quit. Get away from me. Well, on the plus side, well, you got your 4. Well, now you can either become a traveler at this point, or you choose a different job.
I'm going into functionary.
Functionary. Yep. So to roll functionary, scroll. Office politics.
Good times.
Oh, total terms times 3. So you had at least one term as a citizen. So you're trying to on 2d6. You're trying to roll 3 or lower. It's like, oh, fine. I'll try to get your job.
No.
No opening in management, unfortunately.
I guess I'll have to go into traveling then.
Look at this sword roller trying to do it. Not sword roller. Oh, sword roller. I was right the first time. So the sword roller is trying to do his job, trying to serve the Confederation. It's like, okay, fine. I'll be an astrogator. Did a good job. Let go. And it's like, well, fine. I'll do your job. No, okay. I guess I become a traveler now.
Well, I mean, we get to do it once again with our Zodani guy, because he just failed the Marines, so he's a citizen now, hopefully.
But I'll get to you in a moment. I'm going to finish off his last thing, which is mustering out. So you can either get a possible, well, you had one term as a citizen, so you might get a random strength bonus, a wafer jack, or something like that, or you can get, so you can roll on the benefits table or the money table. The thing they gave you when you left the job for your 4 years of service. Or what you gained during your job is another way to look at it.
I'll go for benefits. It's fine.
Roll a single d6. 1. Your strength goes up by 1.
Whoop whoop.
Launcher is for like shoulder fired launchers, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I get a heavy weapons for getting promoted to sergeant, and I'm trying to figure out what's useful. I don't think WMDs is what we need.
I mean, nuclear weapons.
I'll tell you right now, WMDs mostly banned on almost every world. So you wouldn't be able to leave the port with it legally, but you know.
Who says we're going to be doing things legally?
I mean, there is that.
I know a streetwise bear, so like, smuggling nukes is no problem.
He's not all that streetwise. He's only got the one in streetwise. So. But he's now a gentleman bear.
Oh,
really?
Oh, instead of that, it's like, how dare you petulant spaceport official? How dare you question whether or not my bear gentleman friend has a nuke in his suitcase?
Yeah, for shits and giggles, I rolled once on the skill improvement one, and it improved my social status.
Oh my goodness.
I believe our Jordani, you left the Marines and you're rolling for citizen?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, you get in, because being a citizen, you don't roll for, you just are.
Hooray.
Okay. So you can go into your you did have a major, so you could roll your education if you wanted, or you can choose a physical your first, second, third, or fourth characteristic. And then you get a random job of some kind. You learned something. You took a job somewhere, whatever was available.
Okay, we'll go with my first characteristic then.
So strength. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then am I rolling? Like, what am I?
Yep, you check against your strength.
All right. Please be able to hold a job.
Oh, you'll hold the job for the 4 years. That's the easy part. It's whether or not you learned anything for those 4 years.
Oh, I see. All right. Boop. Oh, exactly. Just barely scraped by learning.
So, roll me roll me a d6. We have to figure out what your job was.
1d6.
4, roll again. Roll again. Oh, there you are. Okay, now roll me 2d6. 6 and 5. 6. 5. Magnetics. You worked in magnetics for 4 years.
Ah, convenient how that worked out.
So, I start physical aging at 34. My third term ended at age 35. So guide me through that.
Scroll. So you hit 35.
Yes.
Yeah, you check against all your physical stats.
So I roll a 2d6 and try to roll under all my physicals?
Ideally, you want to roll over. You want to fail this check, because if you succeed, it ages. If you succeed, that stat goes down by 1.
So strength is an A, which means I'm probably going to succeed at this, which is bad. And that's bad, because now my strength goes from A to 9. Dex is a 4, which means I'm probably not going to fail this.
Wait, are you doing aging?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I did fail, which means my dex goes down to 3.
Wait. If you're doing aging, you have a number on next to your age, the stages of life. That's the number that's your target number, not the actual characteristic.
Oh.
So if you are at peak, your target number is 5.
You're right. Yep, he's right.
My target number is 5?
5.
Yeah, that's the number you want to beat.
Yeah, you want to get 6 or more. So first one made it, second one unfortunately did not. So
which is fine. I'm in Marine. I don't need to be dexterous. I just need to love the taste of crayons. And then endurance. So
stays the same.
I did age, and I lost a little dexterity, which is fine. I mean, that's mostly from the shrapnel. I say that, but I've been in at least 1 combat and as many as 3 combats per turn as a commando. So like the fact that I'm still alive.
Count your blessings.
Yeah, I was when we got to careers, I was like, oh, this character, they suck. And then my first term I got wounded, but then I used, since he allows us to select, I used the bonus to choose raising strength by 1, and that saved.
That saves you, yeah.
That saved me.
So then, do I go up in magnetics for each turn? Was it so? It's like
you get magnetics 4 plus 4.
Okay,
so
magnetics 5.
When's the next time I roll aging?
It's every 4 years after your first check.
Okay.
And he is now also 25.
Okay.
So is this guy going to say do another 4 years as a citizen? Or is he going to move into something else? Or is he going to try to become a traveler?
What was the promotion thing you could do after like you do 4 years in a career?
Citizens don't do that. the promotion is trying to become a functionary, and ideally, the more terms you served in a career, the more likely you'll get it. Whoa, something cool happened. Hold on, I just got pinged on my thing. Oh, Other, hello, thank you for the subscription renew. I just saw you're up. Hello, hi, hello, Other. Yeah, we're making characters for Traveler 5. Our session 0. Author says, hi, Atrum.
Hi, author.
Hello.
He's been talking crap about you this whole time. No, but yeah, no, like I was saying, you can, you could, if you wanted to become a functionary, like management as in magnetics, the more the number is 3 times the number of turns you've served. Actually, hey, how many terms did you serve as a Marine? Come to think of it.
I failed getting into it.
Oh, never mind. So if you try to become a functionary now, you'd have to roll 3 or lower to get in. But it's time. So if you do another term as citizen, it would be 6 or lower.
Okay, yeah, we'll do another term of citizen then. So am I rolling
2d6 flat? You're beating 10. You want to get 10 or lower.
10 or lower? All right. Pretty please.
Up.
Oh, thank goodness.
You get another 4 years. You have to check your second, third, or fourth stat to see if you learned more in your career.
Second, third, or fourth stat?
Yep. Can't use strength. You already used it for your
Okay.
this career.
Ooh. I guess we'll be using my third stat then. That's a 6. Nope. Didn't learn more.
Nope. You're stuck in a dull, boring, unfulfilling part of your job. And there are no job or hobby skills. Hoping that someday things will be different.
That's what this guy did. He's like, I tried to do something great with my life, and now I just work in magnetics.
So you can try to continue being a citizen, or you can try to become a functionary if you wanted.
Okay. You know what? Let's try for the functionary. Shoot for the moon.
All right. So you're trying to shift in functionary. You're aiming 2d6. You're rolling for 6 and lower.
Okay. All right. Please. Yes. Yep. There we go.
Now we need to know how old you are, because now you'd be checked for psionics.
Okay, so that was. He is now. Let's see. So it was. He did the college stuff. Exited at 21. And then did 4 years and another 4 years, so he's 29 now.
Oh, there you go. 29 is what life stage? Someone's already looking at it.
29.
Yep.
He doesn't roll for that. Wait, you're a human, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Starts after 34, so you don't have to worry about it if you're 29.
Oh no, this isn't aging. It's even at peak adult, he has a number. It matters because it's 2d plus 3 minus whatever life stage he's at.
Okay, well, 29 is adult, so number 4.
So you roll 2d6 and then you minus 1 from the roll, and that's what your psionic stat is.
Okay, 2d6 minus 1.
Yep.
Come on. Okay, 7.
You have a 7 CP, or psionic skill. Psionic
Okay.
potential.
Cool.
And we note your first. Oh well, it's 4. Note 4 because that's part of your genetic profile. We now know that your genetic base is 4 for psionics. If you ever get cloned again.
Cloned. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's noted.
So that would be recorded, because now that you're a functionary, you're now considered part of the
The second level guys. Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
What are they? I'm looking for it right now.
It's I something. Intendant. There we go.
Intendant, yes.
You're the intendant class. You're not a prole anymore.
Hooray!
So I think I'm done with career for the bear.
Was your bear scout the whole time?
He did 3 terms as a scout, and then when the war broke out, he joined the Navy as an engineer and did 1 term there. So he is starting traveling at 40, and he did not suffer any ill effects from the 2 age checks he had to do.
Regardless of your enlisted
Function.
status, officer promotion is always to 01.
Yep.
But in his terms as a scout, he made 3 discoveries, which gives him 3 land grants. Also, as part of his muster out benefits as a TAS life membership.
You're a Traveler's Aid Society life member. Nice.
Yep.
The fact that one of you has that is immensely helpful. Because now you can go to the travel lounge.
And you need to figure out his sanity and subtract 1 because he for every 2 terms as a scout, and he did 3.
All right, you don't get to know what that is. I have to write it down.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Scroll.
And he mustered out of the scouts with the land grants and the ship, 1 ship share, and then 40,000 from the Navy. And between the scouts and the military, his fame is 8.
Oh yeah, rolling for fame. How's that work?
There's a table on page.
I found the table. Found it.
Note.
Oh, yeah.
Entity. Hide this somewhere.
So it's scholar rank and publications.
Oh no, keep up with me, computer. There we go.
And publications.
Did
Okay.
anyone die in character creation yet? Nope. One came pretty darn close. What batshit insane build is Winchester doing? Because we all know he is going for insane.
Right now, Winchester is a Marine Commando who has just been promoted from Lance Sergeant to Second Lieutenant. Holds I think 2 exemplary service badges and a meritorious combat something award. So it looked pretty bad for Winchester going into careers, but it's turned around.
How much sanity did you lose again? Ensley?
1 point. You lose 1 for every 2 years.
So you just lost the 1? Okay. That is now recorded.
Unless you lose any for fighting in the I
war.
don't think the military does that.
No.
Because he was involved in 3 strikes and 1 siege. But I mean, he was an engineer, so which would wreck your sanity because you have no windows to know what's going on.
Just hope the officers know what they're doing.
No penalties on my second aging.
Hey, I got battlefield promoted to 01. I went out as an ensign.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. War ended, and I said I quit.
I got my fill. I'm good.
I have 3 land grants. I'm good from the previous career.
Okay.
And I don't know how you figure out if those are in, because there's a difference in the money they give you annually if it's
developed or not.
On developed or not. I don't know how you figure that out.
So your first one would be your what rank are you socially? Or you just get straight land? Oh wait, you got land grants as a scout. Never mind.
Yeah. I made 3 discoveries and they each.
They're undeveloped, 100%.
Okay, which I think is like 5,000 credits a year or something.
I mean, hey, we know a farmer.
You can always go out there to those places you found and develop them.
Yeah, we know 2 farmers. I've got title to the land.
Well, each hex provides a profit equal to 10,000 per trade class per year, 5,000 if annually. So I have to figure out where your land grant is. I'll figure that out. I'll roll that. I'll figure out what planet
Okay,
that
no
was.
worries.
But yeah, at minimum, you're making 5,000 per hex that you got, per land grant you got.
Okay.
Oh, we've already got income as a group. Hooray!
And it'll depend on where it is, because it depends on what scout service you were part of. Because some of the scout service are internal, some of them are external. Most of them are external, but some are internal surveyors.
Yeah. Probably they're undeveloped because I didn't go courier at any point when exploring
there, yeah.
all 3 terms.
Yeah, so you're probably more than likely you're outside the Imperium. More and more than likely.
But hey, I've got a pretty high trader. I can convince people to go there and develop the world.
That's true, actually. That's one way to... I think I have a functionary on the docket still. There you are.
You have a gentle bear, so...
Yeah.
So, you are now an F0 clerk in the for the company that you do magnetics for. So you're a functionary citizen. What a job for Jordani to have, but hey. So
Right.
you now check either C2, C3, C4, C5.
C2, C3, C4, C5. Okay. Oh, 5 for sure. His education score is a 9.
So you roll to see how you did in office politics. At this point, I would point out to you, as others pointed out earlier today, you can be cautious in your career or brave in your career. So you could basically put a modifier of +9 to -9 to this roll. Whatever that is, you do the opposite to your reward, basically. So you basically do 2 rolls. One is, did something bad happen to me and I can't continue? Like, did I get fired from being a functionary, or did I get promoted? That sort of thing.
Okay. You know what? I'm comfortable with 9. I think I'll keep that as straight.
Okay.
So here we go. Do I roll the risk or reward first?
You roll risk first.
Okay. Here goes the risk. It did happen.
Well,
Wonderful.
that career lasted 4 years of being a functionary magnetics guy, and you got canned.
This poor dude.
Well, on the plus side, you get to roll 4 functionary skills. You get no reward because the reward is to be promoted, but you got fired. So
That might be a small problem. Yes. So I get 4 in a functionary, in the skill functionary.
you get 4 in bureaucrat.
4 in bureaucrat. Okay.
So you do choose. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. You get bureaucrat 1 automatically, no matter what, because you were a clerk. You actually choose from the table, by either rolling or picking, and that you do 4 picks from that functionary skill list.
What page is that on?
That would be 87.
Page 87. Okay.
Love you,
Oh,
Winchester.
functionary. There it is.
Your characters are cool. And then, quote, I've done my bit for king and country, probably for Ansley's comment earlier.
All right.
So you can pick from any of those, or if you're like, I don't know, or I don't care, roll.
I have a question.
I have an answer, probably.
When do you choose skills during the term? I've been doing it after the term ended, but that is not, I don't think that's correct. Actually, I'm not sure if that's correct or not. Like
You would get your skills after finishing the term. That's normal.
Okay, so what I've been doing is before I roll continue, I do all the skills and then I roll continue.
Yep.
Okay.
You could do it that way, yep.
Is that the right way or is that just a possible way? Like, what's the...
It would I believe it would depend on the ref, but my understanding is that it would happen before continue, because you would choose, because your term is, by the time you get to continue, your term is done. You're just choosing whether to continue into the second term, or you're changing careers or getting education, for example. So I think it's correct to do it before continue, but another ref might say it's after continue, because they may consider after continue the end of term. But I think it's more correct for it to be before continue.
Okay. Here's another question for you.
Hmm.
So on Marine promotions, you get medals and wound badge mods.
Mhm.
I have I needed to ask this before, actually. So on a success, if I've already gotten an exemplary service, do I get another exemplary service?
Yeah.
Okay, so do I add +1 for every exemplary service on my promotion roll?
Yes, because you're more highly decorated than the guy next to you.
Okay.
So with the functionary skills, would it just be like you go down the row, so one of the things improves?
You basically choose 4 of these things. So if you're random rolling, you would roll 2d6 4 times, and those are the 4 things you would get. And yeah, you have a major and a minor because you did some schooling, so those won't just fizzle into nothing.
Okay.
And there is one in there under general. It says any skill, but it's something from citizen life, so it's stuff that a citizen could have learned. Any regular functionary could have learned.
Yeah, we'll go with. Oh, I have to choose 4 of these. Yeah, I'll take another thing in vac suit. So now it's vac suit 3.
Okay.
We'll do flyer.
Okay.
Then we'll take another level in bureaucrat. And then I've got one more. Take one in comms.
Comms is a good skill.
Yeah, and I figure it works with his previous experience in photonics and magnetics. It makes sense that he has some skill in that.
Such an educated traveler group we have.
Right?
All right. So.
All right, and then is it muster out?
Yep. Are you going into another career, or is this functionary going in to become a traveler?
Yep.
Okay. So you get your muster out for each career you're in. So you were citizen for
2.
2. So we scroll up the citizens muster out.
Alright, this is a muster out.
78. So under the D column, muster out, you would choose. You have 2d6 that you roll. So you would for each d6, you choose which table you're rolling for. So either the money table or the benefits table. And because you serve 2 terms, your die has +2 to the roll.
Cool. All right. So then I roll. So it's 2d6. 1d6 goes towards the money, 1 towards the benefits.
They could both be money. They could both be benefits. It's up to you which one you have to call them before you roll them, though. Generally,
call it before. Okay. Cool. Let's take a look here. Let's do 1 in money, 1 in benefits.
Okay.
First one is money. So that is a d6. Oh dear. Well, it's +2, so that's
mid passage.
mid passage.
That's not bad.
Okay. Gonna write that down. Alright, and then the second one was benefits, so second D6.
5 plus 2, 7. Your C3 goes up by 1.
C3 goes up.
So endurance goes up by 1.
Okay.
And then we check your functionary, because you did serve 1 term of it. Didn't go very well, but you still get your stuff. You did your bit as a clerk. Didn't go very well. So that's 87. You choose either money or benefits. Automatically though, you get a gold watch. That's worth
I saw that.
200 credits.
That's such a sad reference.
I love that. I love that. That's so perfect.
It's so terrible.
Okay.
Here, have a watch. Okay.
Oh, trying to think which would be better to.
And you get plus 1 on the roll, so.
Okay.
Oh no, that's only on money. You get nothing for you get no plus for benefits because it requires officer ranks, which is funny.
Huh. Okay. So I guess I'll just go with trying to think which would be better to go with here, money or benefits.
That's up to you. You're going into your traveler life either with cash in pocket or with some extra stat buff, or possible forbidden knowledge or wafer jack. Wafer jacks are cool, but they're very dangerous when you use them.
Yeah, I'll just go with the money then, which is a +1. So
You're at least getting 10 grand. We know that much.
yes, rolling for money.
You're getting 10
Wow.
grand. That's, well, it's money, right? Like, you have money, so
Yay.
there's that.
Okay, and then 10 grand. What does mid passage mean?
It's a ticket to a middle passage. So there's low passage, mid passage, high passage. On a starship, like if you're booking a flight with somebody else.
Cool.
Low passage, well, it's what it sounds like, third class, second class, first class service. It's like, okay, you can get your own room on a ship to somewhere. And the thing is, it's a open ticket because most Traveler 8 Society affiliated people will go, hey, or well, actually, you're a Jordani, so you got a middle passage during your time. Actually, you served as a functionary during the war, as a functionary clerk.
I did. Yeah.
We'll figure that out. How old are you at this point? Because you would have served 4 years as assistant, 4 years as a functionary.
4 years as functionary? Okay, that makes him 33.
You don't roll for aging yet. That's not.
Hooray!
So you do not have any aging problems. So I think everyone's done their career at this point, yeah?
I am not.
Oh.
I've had enough success that I've kind of doubled down. I'll probably decide now if I'm going to keep going or not, but I'm in term 6 and still doing well, so.
Are you an officer yet?
A captain.
Oh, there you go.
Can I borrow some of your luck?
It's partially luck, but also I'm heavily investing in personal skills because I had bad stats, and so I've raised my strength. I've lost 7 points of strength, I think. No, I've lost 3 points of strength and gained, and I've spent a lot of points into getting strength back. Like, it's almost every term I get +1 or +2 strength from the personal column to keep me going. So, like, I have paid for this success by not getting as many skills as most of you have probably gotten.
What did the Ursa Major get in their muster out?
Okay, muster out. I got a ship share from the Time and the Scouts.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
And $40,000 from the Navy. or 40,000 credits. I don't know if like the land grants and stuff count as muster out stuff.
Land grants. We'll note that just so I have it. How many do you have
Yeah.
again?
3.
3. Okay.
The reason.
Uh,
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I think the rest is like medals and personal gear that you get. So, the TAS Live membership. That's the other thing I got. Since I had 3 discoveries.
The reason I kind of just I've kept going is because by the time 2 terms ago, by the time I made lieutenant, I had enough badges that it was basically impossible for me to fail promotion rolls.
Wow.
So if I make it to a promotion, which I'm now a force commander at the age of 43 because I have +6 mods on my promotion rolls, which means I can't fail promotion rolls because I have an intelligence of 9, which means I have a 15 on promotion rolls. Trying to roll, you can't roll under 15 on 2d6. So
It's just a matter of getting injured out, or your character.
yeah,
Just,
that's the question. I could, in another 3 terms, I could go to term 9 and be a brigadier, right? But
You'd also be how old?
I'm in my 50s.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm 43
not bad.
now. So
That's not
I'm
bad
gonna
at
do
all.
my skills and my aging, and then I'll come back and decide, do I want to be a lieutenant colonel?
Also, if you go, you would do command college because you're a force commander.
Oh yeah. Which means I probably will stay, but I need to do skills and then aging. So I got promotion in turn, which means 5 skills. Oh, and I got a free in tactics. I never made that connection when I was making test characters that if you get enough momentum as in a military career, it'll just push you on through the ranks without any struggle, which makes sense.
Yeah, the struggle is when you get the injure threat. It's like that's the only spooky thing for military people. It's like, oh, if I get promoted, I can keep being promoted. It's like, yeah, but
And, which if you take cautious reasonably, like I have gotten several +3 modifiers from combat missions, but when I do that, I just take 3 levels of cautious before I roll my risk to balance out the combat, so that I roll with no mod instead of a +3, right? And that helps prevent risk failures. I mean, it's not a guarantee, obviously, but it helps.
yeah.
Do we need... So I've maxed out... I have Gunner 6, I have Fighter 6. Do we need skills in something? Since I'm the only one left still taking skills, are we able to fly and repair ships appropriately?
I've got Flyer 1.
I've got
then-
Flyer 3
Okay,
and a
that's
bunch of
That's
sensors
not
and columns.
Starship, so
No, that is a Starship
Um,
skill. I think, no?
no,
Oh, no,
Flyer
wait,
is
no,
like
it isn't, yeah.
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 I've got Engineer 5 with some specialization in jump and maneuver drives.
I
and
can't
I've got
take pilot anyways.
I've got Pilot 2 with specialization in small craft and adventure
the
class
The
spacecraft.
bear is going to be doing everything Starship related,
Yes.
Except for astrogation.
Right.
which you
I don't
which
have
you
any
can do,
astrogation.
So
Which
I'm
is-
your Chewy. Aw.
which was your major, right, Mike?
Yes.
Your major was astrogation.
Yep. I even
So,
have a
okay.
master's.
So we're covered.
Yeah. The bear also has Chef 5, so we'll eat well.
Ooh.
Yeah, flyers for stuff like
Aircraft.
Helicopters.
flappers, lighter than airs, rotary wing, helicopters, fixed wing, grav lifter. So aerocraft, basically. Aircraft.
I mean, I've got Photonics and Magnetics 5, so if we have very specific things, I can fix them.
I also respect the first thing. So it's not in wield anymore, it's in grav.
That makes sense for your tech level. So for those with flyer, by the way, so that's one of those nested skills. So
pick a specific.
You pick a specific thing under flyer the first 2 times, and then the third time you can go into just flyer in general. So you become good at flying anything that flies, rather than being really good at flying a helicopter or flying a lighter than air. I'll throw that list at people just so you don't have to search for it as much. I didn't bother telling you guys that earlier. It's like don't worry about that till later. Like it won't matter much until you actually have a lot of the skill. If you have one of the skill, you'll figure it out. Flyer. Boop, boop. I'll throw that in the Discord.
Are there many things that can do damage to your dexterity in gameplay?
Anything can do damage to your first 3 stats. Because when you get hit by a shot, you choose which of the stats.
So we choose.
If you're being shot at, I have to look up the combat rules again, but I believe that the person shooting gets to choose what they damage, and then once that's zeroed out, it has to go into something else. But if it's player versus player, the player being shot chooses. I believe is how it works. I'd have to look at it again. But basically, once 1 stat is zeroed, you're just hurt. When 2 stats is 0, you're out of the fight. You drop to the ground, and we find out after the fight how badly injured you are.
Because I've got a strength of C, but a dexterity of 3.
So your dex will zero out before, if that's what they choose, if they figure out that your dex is bad.
Oh no!
And then they say, well, I'll aim for your. It's like 3. It's like, oh, I'll choose endurance. I'll drop that down by 3. Oh, that wasn't it. I'll aim for dex instead. Drop it down by 3. You cannot choose dex anymore. Oh, well, I have to choose something else.
But those losses aren't necessarily permanent.
No.
Right.
That's just for the purposes of taking damage. Yeah, it depends how bad the injury is. Some injuries.
Do we have anybody with medic?
No.
No one's a medic.
Oh shit.
Man, I didn't go to doctor school. I went to school.
I'm a doctor, but I'm not that kind of doctor.
Oops. I'm not even a doctor. I have a master's degree.
At least you graduated a university.
I have a professor's degree. It's not a doctorate though. It feels bad.
So.
Well, boo-hoo.
So in combat, see, one character zeroed is wounded, 2 is out of the fight, and 3 is dead. Or 3 isn't possible because 2's out of the fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They'd have to kill you if you're at 2-0. Someone would have to walk up to you, and as their turn, they're going, I'm finishing this person. I'm finishing this person off.
And there wouldn't be any rolls for that, right? Because if
there is a roll.
Okay,
there is a roll for it. They have to do enough damage to zero out that last stat, I think, or something like that. But most people don't bother doing that because if there's still active shooters around, they're aiming at the people still up. They're not worrying about people on the ground. Because for some shooting, sometimes you'll take enough damage that you will drop. You'll be stunned. So to a normal shooter, they'll go, oh, that person must be down. It's like, no, they're just stunned. They might get back up in a few rounds, but you don't know that right away because you don't know what their stats are.
So you're saying that sometimes it is good to double tap them?
Sometimes, yeah. If you drop an enemy, sometimes it's good to go over and go, I better double check. Depends on the person.
No aging effects.
We need a doctor. Okay, I'm a doctor. He is bleeding. What does it mean to be bleeding out?
We need a doctor. I'm a doctor. What are you a doctor of? The languages.
Humanities.
Wait, wasn't your major's philosophy?
One of my majors was philosophy, yeah. I had 3 different majors through 3 different universities.
Doctor, he's dying. Aren't we all dying?
It is true.
Jim, can you help me with command school?
Sure. Well, Enzo, you're asking a question while I'm scrolling up.
Yeah, does somebody have computer?
No.
I don't think
no,
anyone
sir.
did.
Okay, because I've got 2 in that, but I was thinking if somebody else had it, I could switch that out for medic too.
Great, our bear's got computer as well. We'll need a bear
Well, I mean,
sized
computer's
computer.
not like programming and stuff. It's basically just like, I know how to use this.
The bear is
System.
hacking, guys.
Nope, you have to have programming and actually
Oh.
design
So
on top
it's
of programming to
under
really
int or
do new stuff.
education.
Yep.
You know, with all the jokes about Marines being crown eaters, because int is required every turn for Marines, I've actually been putting points into it. So my int has almost doubled as a Marine.
Yeah,
Nice.
I feel
Wow.
Welcome to the
'Cause-
far, far future where the Marines get smarter.
Yeah. Wait, you either get dead or you get smart. That's it.
true.
That's what it was.
Improvise, adapt, don't eat the crayon.
Wait, how long did it take you? 2 terms.
Yeah, no, it is like that. It's like I got wounded, and then I learned that int was going to be important, so I started putting points into that. And I started
Well-
being cautious when I had dangerous missions.
After term,
Wow.
it was term 2 when I learned to eat the Crayola crayons because they are non-toxic.
No, it was turn 2 when I learned if you eat the crowns, sometimes they eat back.
Understandable. I mean, my guy went from int 3, which is the equivalent of, hang on, int 3, which is low, to int 8, which is average, in just 2 turns. Get smarter.
Did you just fail?
I did fail, but I can apply for a waiver.
You can, yep.
Oh god.
He's finally out of the core,
oh.
guys.
That's not a waiver.
Yeah, because if you fail command school, I don't think you can keep going,
No, you can't.
even though I passed the continue roll. Right?
I'll tell you what, the game decided for you. No more commanding. You're in the Traveler
more.
Squad now.
You've been forcibly retired from the military.
Sorry, we need you to be to go to command school. I failed it. Well, Marines don't need you anymore.
Damn it. I've been banned from Dave & Buster's.
What rank are you now?
Well, I couldn't make lieutenant commander because I failed
Mimic
command
crayons.
school, so I stop at 04 force commander,
Okay.
which real world is a major.
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
So you were a force commander during the war, and then your last year, as the war's about to crawl to an end, you fail out, and then the war's over.
That's
Yeah,
very
it's like
unfortunate.
you've been doing good in the war. We're gonna send you to command school, and you come back to participate in the war. And while I'm at command school, I hear about the war ending and ending badly. So maybe there's a justification for failing, right? As I'm doing command school, my nation's being cut in half.
Oh,
that's right, you're
God,
Sword
that's
World.
right. You were the sword
Yeah,
world side.
Sword
Oh
World.
no.
Which I got like I'm doing great in the military, and instead of leaving me in, they send me back to command school. And when I'm in command school, they lose the war.
Clearly, they still needed you at
Wow.
the front.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, if those pencil pushers had left me in, put me in coach, I would have won this war single-handedly.
I don't think my guy interacted with the war at all. He's a clerk.
Quick pitch.
You're at
role-playing game-
headquarters.
Quick pitch. Role-playing game called Pencil Pushers and Crayon Eaters.
Totally a zine right there. Zine RPG.
Make it happen.
Want this on my desk by Monday. Okay, with the flyer, who was the other person with flyer?
That's our doctor, I believe.
Oh, he took doctor. Okay.
Oh no, Jamie, the professor.
Oh, sorry,
okay.
sorry, yeah. Sorry, you needed me? Yes.
Yes, I just didn't want to take a thing in flyer. If which flyer did you go with?
Yeah, I realized that you have to choose. Give me a second, let me look at the skill list real quick, because I got 3 in flyer, and I need to select
Which
one.
flyers are most common?
I don't know, I'll take rotor
Take
helicopters.
rotor?
Yep.
Okay.
Grav's the most common, but there
I'll
are
take Grav,
helicopters
then.
in the world. So is Winchester
take,
the very model of a modern major general? Does he know information, animal, vegetable, and mineral?
And
Uh,
mineral?
Actually, no. I don't know anything about any of those things. If I know how to fight particularly well with blades, I know how to shoot missile launchers. I know how to shoot large weapons, particularly missile launchers, really well. I know how to use turrets really well. Outside of that, I have some other small soldiering skills, but if we're not fighting, I'm gonna be pretty useless.
Why am I getting
Which-
flashbacks to STA now?
It's
guys?
not- Well, so it's not. It wasn't entirely intentional. I got in my later career and I wanted to take other things, but as a Marine, you don't have a whole lot of options, right? And to keep being a successful Marine, I had to increase my intelligence and my strength. So I just did not have enough assets to put into other things.
So you have your muster out to figure out.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Let's see how well you do on that.
I'm almost there. I kind of switched myself up, so I'm adding up how many skills I should have just to make sure I did not mess up.
Didn't
Hey,
rob
you,
yourself
you
skills
roll
here.
well enough. You graduate with a knighthood.
Well, he has +4 if he does that. So yeah,
So it's,
very doable.
It's officer rank. Yeah, it's officer rank plus terms. So I did 6 terms, which means I have a +10.
Oh no.
Oh,
Terms is only for money. Officer ranks for benefits.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's what happened to Scott.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing with what's it called?
Scholar?
Scholar?
Let me check.
Because if that's the case, I might need to reroll my benefits.
Because it depends on the job. Some jobs don't work that way. Like entertainer, rogues. Weird.
It says here like it's DM plus scholar rank plus terms.
Okay, so scholar ranks for money, and terms is for benefits.
This is what column it's under.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame. Okay, I have to recalculate this then. I did not get the benefits that I said I got.
Oops.
That's not a big change. My fame goes down by 1.
Oh no.
So my scholar rank was 3. I get a mid PSG. What's that?
Mid passage.
Mid
Same
passage.
thing as me. It's like an open middle class ticket.
Yeah.
To somewhere.
And for my terms, I had 4 terms, which means I get +1 to my education. Woo!
Woo!
Okay.
Education, what, 13 now?
Yeah, it's 13. Corby changed it. It's now D.
God. So what was your full? What rank of scholar did you get to anyway?
I was an assistant professor
Wow.
of biology. Actually, if it counts my last major, I think, and my last major was biology. So
Assistant professor of biology, and your master bonuses. I'm writing those down just so I know for later. So you had
mid
plus-
passage and
passage.
wait. So what do I roll the 1D for then?
Hmm.
It says it also has a 1D on there.
You roll 1d for each term you served.
You're saying I get multiple?
Yeah. The longer you're in the term, the more mustard you
Oh.
get. I was wondering why you only had
God.
2.
Oh God, hang on then. God, wait. Okay.
Yeah.
My scholar rank automatically gives me the mid passage, and my terms give me automatically the education +1, right?
Well, you still have to roll, yeah, because you might not get those.
Guaranteed
You might not
to
hit those numbers. But the first couple rolls you did would have given you those, yeah.
Okay, let me actually try and roll. I'll roll in roll 20, so it's public.
Brilliant professor discovers he's more successful than he actually thinks he is.
Okay, now it's confirmed. I got a high passage and education +1.
Oh no! You each time you roll, you choose which of those ones you're rolling on, and that's what you get from.
Sorry, you cut off there. Each time I roll,
Each time you roll a muster out, you choose which column. You don't get both. So like you would say, I'm rolling on the money table, or I'm rolling on the benefits table. That's why on the money table it's scholar rank, and on the benefits table it's the terms.
Oh, okay. I'm better on my terms then. Okay, I'll take the education +1. I guess, yeah.
On the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
The first one.
And the second
Concentration
one,
+1. So for the oh, sorry. I forgot I'm not rolling here.
usually you call out which one you're rolling on first. Like you choose which one you're
It's,
rolling on first, and then that's
okay.
what.
Yeah, I'll take a C5 +1. That's
Int.
No, what?
What's
Int.
that? No.
C5. No, education again.
Education
For
again,
crying
yeah.
out loud.
This man is very well read.
I'll roll on the benefits once again. There's no bonuses to this roll, right? It's just a straight D6.
D6 plus terms. You served.
Okay. Okay, then this is... Okay, please delete
Wait, you
that.
roll muster out for each term you serve?
That's what I was confused about as well!
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Not
okay,
when you're
so...
done with your career. I thought it was once at the end of the career.
No. Because you get muster you get muster out bonus for each term that you served in that career.
Okay, so get this. I have 4 terms. The first roll was a 1d6. It was a 4. So 4 plus 4 equals 8. I'll choose on the benefit table, which means I get a +1 to my int. Cool. For the second one, I got a 1. 1 plus 4 equals 5, which means I get +1 to my strength. We're on the benefit table again. For my third term... Oh my god, fuck, why do I keep doing this? I'll just roll here. For my third term, I got a 6 plus 4. I'll choose on the benefit table again. I get a ship share. Cool.
By the way, you're supposed to
went
choose the
with
table first, not the.
Damn it! I'll choose money table for last because I need cash.
Okay.
I got a 3 plus 4
Corby,
is
are
7.
you sure about that? That it's every term? Because
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
not how it's reading to me.
Yeah, that's
on
what I was confused about as
67.
well.
Oh, I'll double check. That's how that's how I'm used to it.
That's how.
I mean,
it
if that's
was
how you
in-
want to do it, that's 100% fine. It's
What
just,
page
I'm
was
not-
it?
67 has the first description of mustering out.
So here,
Book 1.
automatics. And then you go to benefits. Benefits or rewards associated with specific service. Page 68. 1 per term.
One
Yeah,
mustering
you
roll
muster
for each
out
term
once,
within career.
but you get benefits per term.
Yeah.
Mustering out
Oh.
isn't related to your benefits. Mustering out is just
Oh,
when you
okay.
handle benefits.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I have to redo that. Then.
Yeah.
Roll some more.
And this is
Okay,
why we're doing
my-
a session 0 together for exactly this reason.
Yeah, last time I got 25,000 credits. Yay, give me that.
But, yeah, there you go.
Shame I didn't get a task fellowship, but you know, what can you do?
Yeah.
What's a wafer jack?
It's a little, think a cyberpunk sort of thing where there's this little jack in your neck, and you can put in skill chips in there or wafers that can
cool.
give you free skills. They do cost a little bit, and the longer you use them, the more likely you'll go you lose sanity the longer you use them. The second thing you can use for a wafer jack is you can plug into computers with it. You can directly jack yourself into a computer. with it.
Cool.
But its big benefit is having wafer jacks. So that way, if you're on a ship and you're like, well, in an emergency, our engineer dropped to the ground. If you have a emergency wafer jack for engineering, you can pop that in and do a quick engineering roll and take it out as soon as you can.
Okay. Can we just review my benefits?
Please.
And money?
If I could, did I delete you or am I dumb? I'm dumb. Go for it. Go for it.
No, you repeat what I gave you. please, if you
Int
can.
+1, strength +1, ship share 1, 25k. Is what I have.
Okay, int +1 ship share and int +1 strength +1 ship share and 25,000 credits. Cool, got it. I'll redo my stats.
Save.
How many ship shares do you have?
Just the one.
Just one.
Okay. Well, in my 2 rolls for the muster out additional, I did benefits and I got 2 more ship shares. So
Ooh.
I've got 3.
Nice.
If you've got 1, then we've got enough for a trade.
Yep.
A free trader.
If I'm gonna go with this character,
Oh, fair.
he's looking pretty cool.
Yeah.
Might stick with him. He started out as a deadbeat, but he's alright.
And heck, even if you have 3 ship shares, that still means that you only owe the remainder of the
A
ship.
majority shareholder. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I have NPCs that would be reasonable ship share partners, so.
One of them is a medic.
Ship's doctor.
Winchester. I still have your muster out to worry about.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Try harder. No, no, that's fine. I was just checking my checklist of things I need to make sure we've looked over.
God, that muster out really did me in. Like, holy hell.
Yeah, muster out's is one of the great reasons to when you're in a career for a while. Oh, I'm a functioner. What am I doing? There we go. Actually, I'll say now, Mike. If you want to stick with this character for next week, that's cool. Obviously, but if you wanted to stick with this character for next week, that's cool. But if you wanted to roll another one with my help, I can probably schedule something off camera during the week if you want. If you wanted to roll another one out, it's up to you.
There is no wrong with having a spare character. I'll start sketching one up, and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
I might try and do that as well, since this guy didn't really do anything in his life.
Well, what have we got so far, like, out of all of us? We've got
So-
Winchester, who's, like, a really good in combat, ex-military kind of guy.
Mhm.
We've got Ensley, who's a bear.
Very
Alright.
skilled
I
there.
think
Okay.
enough said about that, I guess. We've got me, who's sort of a brainiac with lots of science skills and very smart and tough, I guess. What about you two?
I'm just some dude that has a master's in astrogation.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I've got kind of basically a very average dude who's psionic, with a little bit of skill in photogenics and magnetics.
Are you good at psionics?
I mean, it's a skill. I have 7 points.
Oh. Yeah. I'll do muster out now. What the problem was is I added up the benefits I should have gotten from all the way the skill levels I should have gotten all the way from beginning of character creation all the way through, and it would have been 45. But I only had 42 things on my sheet, and it was because I got 3 auto skills from promotions.
Yeah.
Oh wait. No, I got 4.
Fighter, heavy weapons, tactics, leader again, tactics.
No, I got promoted as a sergeant. I didn't go to sergeant major.
Oh, okay. So you would have only had fighter, heavy weapons, then leader.
Oh,
tactics.
I got promoted at lance. Oh, I put lance sergeant, but it's sergeant. In Traveler 4, you could be a lance sergeant. That's what.
So you graduated. You got promoted at M3.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, I probably am just adding up wrong. But from my adding, I might have one more thing that I'm supposed to have. Unless, what did we get from our world?
For each trade code, yeah.
We got 4 things. I was only counting 3 things. That's it. Okay. I forgot about RI, which I think is Rich World.
Yep.
I was only counting on Garden. Okay. So now I can do muster out. Confident that what little skills I have honestly.
So which part of the table are you grabbing from first?
I get to choose for each term, right?
For each roll, yeah.
Yeah.
For each term, yeah.
And I get 6 of them. And I get +4, which means technically I could get anything on the table. And I'm not going to get any of the 1 through 4 things. In fact, because of my terms, My only options on the money table are 50k credits, retire ×2, or 60k credits. I can't get any of the lower order items.
No.
Okay, actually, if you have a lot of terms in something, it's pretty good.
Yeah, because it guarantees what you're gonna get. You get the good stuff.
So, let's start out with one roll on the benefits. So this is
Plus your officer rank, so D6 plus 4.
yeah, D6 plus 4.
All right, there you are.
A 7. I get life insurance.
Ooh, if you die, a clone gets made. Gets decanted.
There you go.
And what is this clone? Does that clone do terms? So how does the clone get skills? How do I come in with not just a blank slate?
I'll explain that in a moment. But in essence, you get when you're that's what it is. I remember now. Your character is, once you're done making your character at the character creation stage and you have life insurance, your character we copy your character sheet and set it aside. That's the skills they have. The only thing that's randomized at that point is their UPP because of their genetics.
So the world would respect the clone as a retired force commander.
Yeah, whether or not they maintain that social standing will be random, but because maybe they act
their
weird.
social standing may go down, but the fact that they were a Marine
force commander still applies because they go, yeah, that's why we gave them the life insurance plan.
Okay, yeah.
The other thing is, if you ever improve your character, that does not go to the clone. You have to spend money to go back to the life insurance, the cloning facility, and go, hey, scan my DNA again. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, because this character has strength 13, but I only rolled with strength 9, and the highest roll was only a 6. So the clone could be much weaker. Actually, the clone is guaranteed to be weaker than this character is, because the max they could get would be a 12.
Well, if you get shot for 6 strength,
Yeah.
8. I got a ship share.
Ooh.
Hey,
Ooh,
we can be
there's
full
our
ship
ships.
owners now. Yeah.
Hooray.
It is always good to not have to worry about the mortgage on your ship. That can be very expensive or very dangerous depending who you owe it to.
Oh, there's 2 ship shares.
Oh man, we might get a bigger ship.
We have all sorts of ship.
Let me do 4 benefits and 2 money. A 5. My int goes up by 1. Could have used that when I went to school.
Same, bro, same.
My int has doubled since I was.
Are you at
trying
8
to get into
right
school.
now?
I'm at A. Yeah, I started at 5, but
Mine's
but
triple,
because
yeah.
Marine is based on strength and int, I knew that if I didn't pour a bunch into int, I would get injured from risks. So like the Marines specifically spent a lot of time trying to improve their intelligence to not die. Then I'll go to 2 monies. $7 and 11.
50,000 credits
And 60,000. So I get 110,000 credits. Which I don't think is a lot.
That's a fair amount of money to be walking around with. Did your stats change? I know I have D35 A77.
My stats changed a lot because I got injured and spent a lot. I'm D36 A77.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that is correct. I was trying to think if I did my last aging, and I did because I thought I was still gonna go on to be a lieutenant colonel, but I did not.
We figured out people's land grants. No one has any noble proxies. We did aging.
Fame?
Because I do have skills in fighter, I do think I get a weapon of some sort.
Yeah, you get a personal weapon. Corby, what do you have for my UPP?
DCE AA9.
Okay, the 9 goes up to an A from one roll on that table.
Oh, I need to...
When you have land grants, your social standing goes up.
Ooh.
Oh, that's yeah.
Well, no, actually, it has nothing to do with that. That's just my excuse for one.
Oh.
Oh.
So
Cool.
So fame.
Fame. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Armed forces.
So for the scholar, you have fame equal to your rank plus your publications.
That's a 12. Because I got 9 publications and 3 in my ranks.
Oh my goodness.
So
I rolled really well on the publications.
you're known throughout. You would be the sort of person who'd be known throughout an entire system.
Say again, please. You cut off.
You'd be the sort of person who'd be known throughout an entire system,
That's
a
cool.
world system.
Wow.
But record your fame. That is something that could be brought up. You could use that sometimes, especially if you're like, "Do you know who I am?" Okay, I have to check why
Yeah,
if
you're
it's
like-
reasonable for them to be known.
Now I think he's like the Bill Nye or something of
Bill
Yes.
Nye, the science guy.
of his area.
Hey, Bill Nye's smart.
Citizens get no intrinsic fame. Scouts get fame equal to discoveries times 4.
yeah, and do I add my military fame that I get for that one term on top of whatever I got for scout?
Did you get
Fame stacks until 20.
for Navy? Did you get an officer rank or a medal?
Yeah, I got a field commission to ensign.
So one more because of you have one rank
yeah,
in.
okay. Yeah, I've got 8, so I'm regionally known.
Yep.
On a planet, one planet, Kush probably.
Hey, yeah, he's that really famous
It's my
bear.
world.
Or as they
Yeah.
say on Kush. Rah, rah, rah.
Well, like because you could have. It depends how you go about it. Because you could have during the war, you could have been like, "Oh, we were part of the Ursa who volunteered some Navy assets to the Empire or to the Sword Worlds, whichever. Because it was never strictly said who the Ursa sided with at all, or you joined the Imperial
Right.
Navy for whatever reason. That's up to you. Because your last, because
Yeah, I
you
have
had
to figure it out. I mean, his birth world is in the Imperial Spinward section, 2118 core.
so he's an Imperial
capital is the
citizen.
name of the world.
But,
Yeah.
but if he's a freedom-loving bear who wants to fight on the side of the oppressed, he'd come to the Sword Worlds, right?
I
Well,
don't know.
but it seems to me like, but the Zidani and the Sword Worlds attacked us.
that
Because there's this big empire that bullies people around on their other side, right? We couldn't just sit by.
Look, I was just out scouting new planets and stuff, and then all of a sudden, people I knew started getting shot at. So I did my bit and got out.
I'm liking this bear less.
Guys,
That's got an adventure.
You gotta bear with him. Don't worry.
nah.
hang on.
Yeah, but
How
I
many-
mean, remember the Bears' politics is basically, this is the country that I live in, and they're at war, and I'll go serve, and then once that's done, I'm done. So he's not like
Yeah.
a terribly political bear.
Guys, how
Yeah.
many ship shares do we have total?
I got 1.
3.
2.
So we're up at 6 now.
Okay. Well, that's enough to get a free trader or a yacht, but not enough for like a lab ship or an escort gig. Or a scout. We
Hell
could get
yeah.
a scout.
It might depend if we get more or not, whether people roll new characters or not. Yeah,
There's that
Oh,
too.
true.
I really
Well,
could go with this dude. I really could.
Yeah, this bear looks like he might be fun, and the
Hey.
way everybody else's stats turned out, I don't feel like he's terribly overpowered.
My dude's
Yeah, I
alright.
mean-
He's old, but he's alright.
I was basically going to re-roll regardless of what happened into careers, but it just kind of worked out in careers, so I'm not re-rolling because I'm not going to get this lucky again.
And don't forget, for those who got medals in service, you get mod bonuses for medals. For,
Yeah, that. Oh, I was waiting for you to. I thought you were going down the list. I was waiting for you to get to me.
Yeah,
Mod bonuses for what?
You get, for each exemplary service, you get +1. Meritorious conduct gets you +2. Starburst for extreme heroism is +4, and the Starburst with diamonds is +5.
So
Those are mods, right? Do they
To
they
what?
they also affect fame?
Yeah.
Because they also give multipliers.
Oh,
So they get it on both. You get it on both sides.
Oh, sorry, no, sorry, you're right. Sorry, I got it backwards. That's for the soldier people, for their thing. No. So whatever your officer rank was, you times it by, if you have that badge, then like exemplary service is ×0. If you have a wound badge, ×1. Wait, ×0. What the hell does that mean? Never mind. That mathematically makes no sense.
Yeah.
You have 0 fame because you got wounded. No, not even wounded. You get exemplary service. No one knows who you are. What?
You stack you stack these modifiers, not so it doesn't matter how many ×1s you get.
Yeah. It's only once you get a military. It's only once you get the conduct under fire medal or the.
but the military mods, the metal mods apply to fame as well.
The conduct under fire is only a ×1.
Oh, you're right. Yep. The conspicuous gallantry. You're right. No, those mods on the right. Those are just for the reward rolls.
Oh, right.
That's what that's for. That's why I screwed up earlier. Yep.
So
Yeah,
that means
both the minor times.
04
it's just
times
time
1
one,
is I have fame 4.
So back home in a neighborhood, there's a fair amount of people who know who you are off the top of their heads. Oh, that guy? He was a force commander in the war, wasn't he? Yeah. Oh, holy crap. Cool. Though that said, if you talk to the Sword World military guys, like, wait, you're so-and-so, looks up your record. Oh, that's who you are.
Oh.
Like, I don't know you off the top of my head. Now I do. I had to look you up. Does everyone have their fame figured out?
I mean, I don't think I'm pretty sure I don't get any as a
citizen and function? No.
Yeah.
New.
Corby, do I need to do anything with hibernate besides note that I have the talent hibernate?
For now, I have to look into that more about how hibernate works.
Cool. And are you going to bring the senses thing into this, or are we just going to kind of narrative that?
We probably should, because we need to know how sensitive your senses are, I guess.
Okay.
I'll look that up. I'll look that up for bears.
Yeah, and I'll read it too.
Yeah. So once we're done with fame, the only thing left, some people have already done this, but the only thing left is your background stuff. Based on your careers that you had, different things happened. So where's my thing? There we go. Going from top, Mike, you basically went to, we could roll what schools you tried to apply to, if you want to bother with that.
Excuse me? What?
We can roll to see what schools your character tried to apply to, if you want to bother with that, or we can just go straight to what your character did as a citizen in their background.
I mean, I wrote him down as an attendant at Galatia U.
Hey, that makes sense.
Yeah. But if you wanna, I think we could just skip to citizen, because that's the only term that I actually served.
Yep. Roll me a d6. We'll find out what your motivation was. Part of the reason why you became a traveler.
4.
4. You experienced events which proved dangerous.
This is a hazard. Get out of my wood workshop.
Like, what? But I did a thing. And roll me another d6 to see what casual information you learned as a citizen. 5. Ooh, that's mysterious. During your time, you came into the ownership of a small stasis capsule.
Cool.
What exactly is it? Well, we find out during game. It's like, oh
boy.
What is that? That's a good question.
So
Want to find out?
That's life pursuits and then personal equipment, right?
Oop. Scroll.
Just where I put this down.
Yep, you'd put it in those ones. Yep.
Dangerous work environment and then stasis pod.
And we roll another d6 to see what kind of company you worked at.
What kind of what?
What kind of company you worked at? Who you worked for?
6.
6. Oh. So skill consulting Narcirca. So you're an astrogator. So.
And there's a cool list of like corporations as an index in book 2, and I have been using those names when I did that to fill in.
So you work for Astrogator Consulting Narcirca. And one last d6 to see where your motivation came from. Like something dangerous happened, but where did it happen?
1.
It was an economic disaster on your homeworld. So you're from Beater, so some sort of economic disaster happened that made something dangerous while you were being an astrogator. And during all that, you got a small stasis capsule and then turned to be a traveler.
Does that affect me too? Because I'm also from Beater.
You probably would have heard about it, but it didn't affect you personally because you were off doing stuff. Because you have different. Because every career has different.
Yeah, I didn't.
Things
I
happen
didn't
to
know if that role kind of was going to bleed on over to me or not.
It should. It probably should. You probably would have heard about that on Beaters because it's a big enough deal that Mike's character figured marked it. It's like, yeah, I'm done. Something bad's happening, and now I have this weird stasis capsule. And I really don't know what it is. For Mr. Bear already rolled his background stuff, I imagine. Because you're rattling off your where you were educated and stuff.
Yeah, I haven't done my the passions and all that yet.
All right. Give me your passion, your D6 for scout passion.
Okay.
Because it's a roll for each career you went through.
Okay. So scout is to acquire a jump 4 scout ship. Well, I didn't do that.
But you still could. Geez, jump 4 scout ship. That's a pretty nice ship. And you served in the Navy for a bit. Spacer's life roll.
Okay. All right. To travel the Deneb domain.
The Deneb domain is not that far up, actually. But it's a pretty nice part of the Empire. It's probably why your character would want to go.
Okay.
It's one of the newer acquisitions for the Empire, if I'm not mistaken. Deneb domain. Or domain of Deneb. Yeah, thank you, Wiki. Yeah, it's one sector over, actually.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, probably did that then.
Boop, boop, boop. And then the next thing we would check is what information file you found as a scout. D6.
Ooh, location of First Empire Advanced Depot.
Ooh.
I don't know if that's fancy or not, but it sounds
that's the first Imperium. From thousands and thousands of years ago, before the Third Imperium was even a thing.
Were they more advanced than we are?
They had access to certain ancient technologies, and some of the technologies were lost in the after the First Imperium fell. Because the first 2 Imperiums didn't go very well. It's like First Imperium kind of fell apart for a variety of reasons, and the second one was like a ramshackle empire that fell apart fairly quickly again. The third one's the only one that's been stable for a considerable amount of time.
Okay, then let's do the Spacer souvenir. And one again, precise performance specifications on jump drives. That'll come in handy as an engineer.
And then what part of the scouts you're a part of?
Scout. Whatever here, since I've been doing it that way. The core expeditions.
Ooh, that's like the expedition going to the galactic core. It's actually a very highly dangerous but also prestigious thing to survive. And there's sort of a race between the Imperial Scout Service and the Jordani Scout Service. They're both racing to see who can get to the core first, which a lot of it's been mapped by this point. But there's still, it's what, like, imagine one subsector and they've been drilling all the way to the core as fast as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then let's see what unit I served with in the war. What die should I roll for the single digit, I guess?
Star Wars, right? Star Wars did you good earlier.
So I got 6, so it's the something joint battle squadron, but it's 1 digit, so just roll another d6.
5.
Oh, okay.
The fifth joint battle squadron.
Battle squadron.
And then 97, that's what?
Important events.
Yeah.
Okay, scout.
So you were part of the core expedition group, but you were assigned to the blank sector intern survey.
Yeah.
So you have
probably like a string of digits, right? Because they're going straight to the core, so they're not stopping and settling, right, these worlds they find. So it's probably like just a string because people don't actually live there.
Well, there's things out there, sorta. Hold on.
Okay.
I can get you a.
Yeah, find me a core word. Or yeah. You have a name or a string for a survey out towards the core. Towards the core. I don't know how you say that.
How long were you in the scout service?
3 terms, so yeah.
Is it that the? Yeah, that's the entire sector. I'm right. Good luck pronouncing this, because it's something that the friggin' Jordani found.
You're welcome.
What the hell was I doing there?
Trying to get. Well, it's not like the Jordani was selling that information to the Imperium. Huh?
Oh,
What?
no.
Oh yeah, we
What were you
totally
doing
found
there?
that. We claim these things. Like, well, the Imperium.
I claimed this world in the name of Spain.
The Principality.
Oh, okay, cool.
It sounds Polish.
I actually speak Jordani at 8, or whatever the language actually is.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there you
The bear can pronounce it. The player can.
Well, I'll give you some assistance. If it sounds like Polish, it should be Principality. I'll write it down for you.
Okay.
That's way out there.
Like so.
So you have land grants probably out there somewhere, all the way in the car system.
How far away is the...
It's sectors and sectors away.
Oh, that's weird. I'm not finding it on the traveler map.
Oh, you have to scroll out quite a bit.
Oh, I tried. I was using the search function and it wasn't coming up.
Oh.
So, unless the bear wants to be the only person on a random planet, it's mostly worthless, right?
Well, for now, I mean, theoretically, the bear's descendants, and I'm figuring
Yeah,
the Empire's
yeah.
trying to expand that way. So
Plus,
Oh,
they're-
you're gonna have
well,
clubs.
You're going to be a very important ancestor for someone in 10 generations.
yeah. Well, and somewhere out there is the first Imperium depot.
yeah.
Somewhere.
Which that's a big old question mark. Like, well, what the hell is the first Imperium doing out there? Is what the question becomes. Like, why were they that far out? What were they doing?
They might have some really interesting things in a depot that deep.
I know where my first vote is that we go.
See, you're going to First Imperium depots, and I'm having flashbacks from the vaults.
I mean,
Oh.
you're not wrong.
You don't want to open that.
I don't want to be that guy, but Eldritch Horrors and Corbinian goes together, like we
Wow.
established earlier.
I mean,
Yeah.
Like peanut butter and jelly.
Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. I love that.
Ooh.
Like tentacles and ichor.
I heard man-made whores
Well, I mean,
in Japan.
now. So space organization. What part of the war were you part of?
Oh, we got that. I think we got that, didn't we? The
No.
fifth joint. Oh.
No.
Oh, right. Spacer organization. I see. Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. Sometimes.
The skirmishes at Gas Giant.
So we choose a gas giant somewhere in the Sword Worlds, which there are plenty of. You probably were part of that big offensive to help seize the.
Yeah. What is it? The 75th, or there was a task force that did all sorts of strikes and stuff there, and I was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
on my
and you
missions and
captured half the
strikes.
Sword Worlds.
Let's
Not
go-
me. I was in the engine room.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
was
the
in
Sword
engine room.
Worlders.
Let's see. Roll me a
Task
d6.
Force
I have an idea.
17. Okay.
I have an idea.
Let me get back to roll 20. 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. The gas giant over Sting.
Whoa, it's the capital world. Or wait, Sting is not currently the capital of
That's the
Border
current.
Worlds,
That's the
right?
current capital of the Border World Confederation.
He's also a guitarist for Guns N' Roses.
no.
He's also some bloke named Gordon.
You're thinking of Slash.
Oh shit, who's Sting for then?
Sting,
Oh, he's the
Sting,
police.
Sting.
It's the police, yeah.
There's a specific name for that gas giant, but I'd have to generate that
That's
particular
fine.
place. But the gas world near Sting would be, because Sting's the main
Yeah.
world. And then that's it for you. So you're part
I
of.
guess that's part of the
So you have interesting information, and you know specifics about the battle over that particular gas giant, or skirmish at that gas giant, which will become relevant. These are things I'll note for sure for like whenever. So once these characters are finalized, I'll need to know these background things because that's how I'll attach. This is why this matters to you, or it's like, well, I now have this kind of story I'm going to tell because I know that. Like I can tell with this guy, I can mention stuff about the core expeditions because it makes sense for one of you to know about it. Because most people don't know anything about it. It's like, oh, there's the scouts do things, right? Like, well, actually, I was out there, man. 4 years in the Corps.
There, man.
I mean, he's from Kush. You would expect it.
Jamie, I'm gonna work through your scholar stuff.
So first things first, I screwed myself actually on a couple of things.
Oh, no.
I did 5 terms, not 4,
Okay.
meaning I get one more roll in the benefit table, and my fame is actually 14.
Goodness gracious.
I'm gonna roll once more for the benefit table, announcing it ahead of time. 3 plus 5 is 8. I get +1 to my int again. I'm getting hit with the int stick again. No. Meaning it's A9EACA.
wow.
All letters, baby.
Say, read that off again. I have it wrong.
A9EACA. Almost all letters. Yeah.
I think you're doing okay.
Yeah, I think I'm doing quite alright.
Wow, you have the endurance of a bear.
He's a tough old man. He's gone through
Yeah,
some
he
things,
is.
yeah.
I've seen some
Okay.
things.
And my fame of 14 makes me famous in the system. Nice. I am Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Bill Nye.
Shit, let's roll for college.
Did you go to college or university?
I actually went to university, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
No, not a D5, you idiot. I got a 6, okay.
All World University.
What world was I again? I was from Allel, All Allel University.
Oops. Computer, stop.
Alright, let's roll for life motivation. What was my research title?
Scholar's research topic.
It was number 4. The impact of data from world name on biology. What world name? My world name or any world name?
A world name in this area. So we'd grab a world from
Go ahead,
sword worlds.
grab a world, please, if you would.
Actually, I could pull you over to the temporary map. Let me pull you guys over there. We haven't had to use it much for character generation, but let's pull you guys over there. Whoop.
Ooh, fancy schmancy.
Very fancy. So I'm from Allele.
Yeah, you're like actually where is Allele? It's like over that way somewhere, I think.
Hang on.
More forward.
So you're probably actually let me find out. I can find out exactly where Allele is because it's a named world.
Yeah,
Um,
trying to find it.
Looks
Somewhere in
like
the
you will
Empire,
have
right?
to be careful about what accent you use. Calling someone from Biter, person from Beater, might get you in some trouble.
Biter.
or get you. Never mind.
Is a wheel.
Yeah. So it is core word of here. Yeah. So it's about like 2 subsectors that way.
Okay, sure. Can we say, I don't know, Asgard sounds cool.
Asgard
Asgard sounds cool. See, it's right there near the core word sign.
over here. Oh God.
Yeah. Come on, see, that's Asgard.
Yeah, no, I see it. It's. I also know that's a. You had a dangerous. No wonder you had a dangerous life. That's a red zone. Asgard's a dangerous place. I'll give you the stats for it later. But oh god.
Okay.
As
Uh,
What's
the
the
imp-
major?
The
What's your
impact of
major?
data from Asgard on biology.
So this scholar goes, oh, that red zone that the TS are worried about. Nah, we scholars will figure it out. Like, wait, what?
Yeah. Acquired secrets.
Accumulated trivia, isn't it?
Is it first? No, I did life motivations. Next up, it's acquired secrets. No. Oh yeah, accumulated trivia. Yeah.
Yeah. Acquired secrets. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I got a 1.
A reference to an unobtainable scholarly paper. Ooh, so something spooky. And it's like, oh yeah, I found this. Where's the paper on the file? It's not on file. I have a reference to it.
Yeah, the chairman of the local Imperial Party would like to have a word with you about. what
No, he
you're looking
wouldn't.
Into.
No, I'm traveling forward. I'm going to visit the bear's hometown. Don't worry. Or he has a planet somewhere. I'm going to visit that. Yeah.
You might be guilty of looking into unimperial thought. So
Oh god. Let's check out my educational institution.
Yeah, where did you be? Where were you a scholar at, or who was sponsoring you?
At number 3.
World College.
What world? Asgard?
It wouldn't be Asgard. No, that's a red zone. There's no way. Well, depends what their stats are. They might have a world.
What's a red zone?
So the Traveler Aid Society, for the help of all travelers, help designate places as whether it's a good place for a traveler or the average person to go. Most places are green. They don't mark those. Yellow means be careful. The laws might be weird, or the society might be weird, so you might have to adjust. There might be dangerous animals there, but not like super dangerous. Red is, if you go here, you're likely gonna die.
So all of the Imperium on this map?
No.
So
It's the ones with those little like
The
Gorham
red
over here.
border. Yeah.
Which
Oh.
means his paper makes sense because it's probably not just like this is a violent world where people are violent and you're probably going to die for societal reasons. No, there's actually like some dangerous radiation or chemical
That
because
affects their biology.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Ah, it got nuked. What happens when it gets nuked?
Okay, so what world?
That's a good question. I'm trying to find out. So probably not Asgard because their tech level's 5. You could be, but their tech level's 5.
Nah.
Charismatic oligarchy. A world scarce of water. Sparse, tainted atmosphere.
Sounds like a lovely
it's making
place.
sense, but his paper makes more sense with
It is an extremely dangerous place, and normally people are forbidden to travel there. But you probably had some scholar
I got a
allowance
grant,
to let you in.
probably,
It's
yeah.
like, I have a
Okay.
I have an imperial grant to let me go in.
What about, I don't know, Tavani's close by for my research purposes.
Tavani. Boop, there it is. Let's find out if Tavani's worth your time, worth being from. Barren world with no registered population or government. So who the hell's there?
What the hell?
Why is there a world there? Why is there a
No.
college?
We're not gonna put a university there, no sir.
There is a Class E. There's a landing strip somewhere on Tavani. Oh, it's used as a forward observation post. That's why. It's a military. It's a
Okay.
That's why there's a base there at all.
How
You
about
went
look?
to university with like 4 Marines in a dugout.
Hey, look, Mercury's right here. Can we do Mercury? It's a green world. It's pretty prestigious, I guess. Pretty famous.
Mercury. What's the number over it?
2624.
Hold on. Ping it for me. I'm being blind.
It's right here. See?
Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay, I know where to look now. 1 second. Oop. Mercury. That looks good. And actually, that looks like a pretty important world. There's lots of stats around it. The one in the Spinward Marches, not the one in the Solomani Rim. This one, not that one.
When it turns out that one's also got just a landing strip on it. Try.
No. Agriculture world, ideal environment for food, plants, animals, other things.
For biology professor, that sounds alright.
Captive government, so the military basically occupies the place, but people can live there. It's just run by the Imperial military.
Sure.
A knight's there. There's a baron. Yeah, there's totally a university there. 100%.
Okay, so for a professor of biology and agriculture world, doesn't sound too bad. Cool. University of Mercury. And important events. No, wait, we did that.
Scroll down. No, important
No,
events. That's
yeah,
the thing you did
important
during
events.
your scholarship.
Okay, let's see what I was accused of. Probably unsightly behavior towards my female students. 1.
Lectured at Service Academy on World. So you that military service, what they're talking about.
Lectured at what sort of service?
Military service. So
Which is
Hmm.
Army, Navy, Marines.
So I lectured at Marines.
You can do it from that world because that's a military world. You could be at the Marine Academy on Mercury.
I lectured at Marine Academy on Mercury.
It's a dangerous place for Marines to be.
Hey, even Marines got to learn about biology, I guess. You know, the birds and the bees.
Oh, this fancy scholar! What do you know about what we do? Actually, I was on
You
this
see,
world that's
when a bullet loves a magazine very much.
It's a magic.
What's weird is with his stats, he is like probably stronger, more dexterous, and has more endurance than
than the
any
average
of the
Marine.
Marines
Yeah.
in that room.
Yeah, he's a tough
He's
old
not
nut.
skilled at fighting, but he's bigger than most of them.
He's a tough nut. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, that's your background. So you have a connection with a mysterious world that only your character knows about, very in detail. And the Marines have a
important papers about Asgard.
Yeah, it's like, what happened? Well, if you want to look into it, we can, but we need to talk to the Imperial bureaucracy first to get passes to go. Why? It's a red world. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're gonna need to go to Asgard for a mission, and he's gonna come out with a whole paper on how that's gonna give us cancer.
Understandable.
All right, Scott. You try. Do you want to look up where you tried to apply to, or do you want to skip that?
Yeah, the one university I failed my first year, and then the college I failed 3 years in. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Roll 1d6 for your university.
Okay. 1d6.
What'd you get?
6.
6. All World University.
Okay, so all whatever, however you pronounce my planet's name, university. It's a Zodani world. It's gonna be hard to pronounce.
Well, no wonder you didn't get in. You can't pronounce it right.
Yes.
And then, what college did you try to apply to?
That would be college number 1.
City College. You could name your city. I could look up what cities are there, but you could
Okay.
make up a name. Honestly, there's like multiple cities on bigger worlds like that, especially Capital World. It's probably some sort of Danny word anyway. Another thing you probably couldn't pronounce.
Probably, yes.
So
City, college.
then we figure out you were a citizen. We don't roll for functionary because they are attached to a role. So as a functionary and a citizen, D6, you're motivated by
5.
5. Well, I can see why
God.
you suffered a social embarrassment.
Oh no!
And that's why you stopped being a clerk.
Social embarrassment. Okay.
What casual acquired information did you get while you were a functionary as a clerk in your city?
1.
Okay, this isn't spooky at all. A data wafer with an encryption code scribbled on it.
Oh, okay. So I just picked up a USB drive and said neat.
I'm thinking with social embarrassment and a data wafer with encryption code, he had like a more embarrassing version of like the Matrix, the beginning of the Matrix.
Oh.
He's like, I need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Off to the...
You followed a random woman with a rabbit tattoo for a while, and turned out that it wasn't related to the data wafer.
And then you got fired. It's like, I'm going to leave the Jordani consulate for a little bit. This seems like a wise thing to do with my life.
Bye.
Let's find out who you worked for.
Okay, I worked for 2.
The Acme Skill Corporation.
The Acme Skill Corporation.
So whatever your major was. Well, oh no, what not your major, but the what skill you learned there.
Acme Magnetics Corporation.
So in a Magnetics Corporation. Citizen backgrounds are so weird.
Right?
And
Feels like a dangerous place for a data wafer to be in a magnetics factory.
Right?
And what happened during your motivation? What was going on? Why were you socially embarrassed?
Number 4.
Social unrest on your home world. Oh God.
Oh, on the Zodani world? Oh no.
That takes doing.
No.
So I can see why you left and why you became a traveler.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I'm good, thanks. You're a clerk. Nah, I'm good. I think I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take this with me
bye.
though. All right.
So I guess we'll have to figure out what's on the data wafer if I keep this character.
Yep. All right, Winchester. Did you go to school?
Yeah, I rolled the schools I failed out of before I realized we were doing this like intern and everything, so I got the names.
Cool.
I lost a year trying to go to Beater. Oh, that was what I was going to ask. So there's 2 names, Beater and Galatia. Is it like Sword Worlders call it one thing and Imperials call it another?
Galatia is the old name that the Sword Worlders used to call it. It changed to Beater in the last few. Like younger people call it Beater, but people who remember older days of the Sword Confederation call this place Galatia.
So being that I'm
Like locals would call it,
40s.
might call it, someone who's from Beater might call it Galatia. Others know it as Beater, and that's the common name known in trader books. But people from there remember the glory days of Galatia.
So, being how old I am, would these be the Galata Continental Military Academy?
It might be, especially if it's an old university. It's like, wait, why is it called Galatia? That's not the name of this world. This university's been around a while, or this academy's been here for a while.
All right, then I could not get into the Galatia Continental Military Academy. I could not get into the Galata Naval Academy or Galata University. And do you know the provinces on Galatia? Or do I just make something up?
If it's one of the, I only know one place that's noted down in the news service, and that's the capital region.
I mean, that's probably fine.
Kurzbog, I want to say it is. I have to look it up. It's in the thing.
Oh, in your service you wrote?
Kurzbog, the island city of Kurzbog. There also would be the cities around Hallenport, because that's where the starport is.
Can you paste that somewhere so I can copy it?
I could, but that would require me doing something. No, give me a second. Copy.
You don't want to paste it in
Cut.
that chat.
Paste. There you go.
So I want Kurzbog. They're
Kurzbog.
not two. That's two places, not one place.
Right.
So I also could not get into Kurzbog Provincial College. So I ended up going to a one-year trade school called the Certified Blades course. And now
For certified
I haven't
blades.
rolled the rest of the things, so now.
You were a Marine. Marine's
So
life.
now I roll on life motivations.
Yep.
Three.
To retire with.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it. Go for it.
To retire with a farm on Glacier, probably.
It's a good world to have a farm on. It's really...
But a free, independent Glacier. A member of the Sword Worlds.
I see no problems with this at all. No, it's a good motivation though. It's pretty good.
I see no way this could possibly go wrong.
It's not like I had 5 major powers all competing for the same area or anything.
Oh no.
Well,
I specifically took musician so that I could, to justify being able to sing like songs about how one day the Sword Worlds will return or something, like folk songs about how, we'll be glorious again.
Skyrim suddenly comes to mind.
Yeah.
Well, see, and I love the fact that in 5 years it doesn't matter because everything goes to shit.
It might not go to shit. You guys might change how that turns out.
Well, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, no, the rebellion is a pretty terrible time.
So
Yeah. Winding up with the virus, woohoo, and the collapse.
so now I roll souvenirs pouch.
Yep.
An unusual bioscanner.
Ooh.
Okay.
Why does it have an image of a bear on it?
Former organization in the
Usual
Marines.
There.
And now I roll my organizations.
Yep.
Corby,
Yeah.
I
don't-
have a quick question.
Go for it.
At 3 terms, we mentioned that the first years on Galatia U was just term 0.
Yeah, like your education and stuff would be term 0, yeah.
Okay. So at 3 terms, what age would I be? If we start at 18, it would be 34, right?
3
Or,
terms is 12 years. No?
Or is it 2 terms because I turn into a traveler at term 3?
No, it'd be you served the full term, so you would have gotten, it would be 4 years for each. So 4 times 3,
4
12.
year Yeah, it'd be 8 years plus the number of years he spent at university, plus 18.
Yeah. Oh yeah, right. So 18, you got a master's, so 4 and 2, and then 12. 4 and 2. 8. 8 and 12 is 20. 38.
38.
Oh.
Jeez. I'll update the character portrait. Please continue. Sorry.
Oh no, it's all right.
Alright.
It's worth asking.
Oh, I was going to ask, I don't know if this would change. I assume I still roll, but I specifically spent the entire time as a Marine as a commando.
You be attached to one of these.
Okay.
You're a commando
Like
of this regiments. Yeah.
A commando of the Galatia peacekeeping force. I actually did have a lot of peacekeeping missions. I think I had more combat than peacekeeping, but I spent a lot of time. Actually, the only terms I did peacekeeping was the terms I got wounded. The term I got wounded on. But
What were you
actually,
doing wrong?
it would be Beater at this point, or would it still be Galatia? Because now we're only to like 20 years ago.
It'd probably be Beater by that point. Though again, your regiment may be one of the older peacekeeping regiments. It's like no, we're still one of the old ones, or you're assigned to a new one, or they change the name. It's like we have a new name. Most people know us by a new name. We just call it this now. Why? Because the people elsewhere in the Star Worlds don't recognize the name as much as we do. We really care about the name. The rest of the subsector
I
does
might
not.
keep it Galatia because it might be like like the Marine infantry, the light cavalry squadrons. Those are like raised for the war, but the peacekeeping force might have been like the Marines stationed on the war before it started.
Yeah.
Which would make it Galatia. They're like, this is the force of Marines that have been here for a few. I don't know, how long has it been populated? A few hundred or a few thousand years?
It for quite some time.
Yeah. So now I do important events.
Yep.
The invasion of.
Oh boy.
That would have been one of the Imperial worlds. Because
on the offense.
Yeah. Because the early stages of the war, they invaded first, and they did really well for a while.
They did, yes.
Is there like something notable?
There is. One moment. Terror War. Timelines. Length. I'll give you the thing here.
What happened there?
That is when the Soul Worlds attacked and took the planet of Length with fleet and ground elements. It's next on the map. It's up there.
And that's like the invasion of Lanth was like the high watermark of the war.
That was one of the early takes, which that actually Lanth is with that red name. That means it's a subsector capital. That they did not have a good time in the early parts of the war. Holy crap, Imperium.
And then they sent me home and lost the war. That's it.
There are other notable places I can look up, but that was the first one I found on a.
Oh, that's good. That's like, to me, that's like, had a long career as a Marine, went to the invasion of Lanth as a force commander, then was sent back for higher training, and then the war just spiraled out of control. How long did it take from... I guess it might have taken longer. How long did it take from, like, the war to reverse in favor of the Imperium?
Oh, 1 second.
Because the war only lasted like a couple years. It's like 5
So
or something.
1107's when the invasion on Lanth happened. The war ended at 1110.
So the war only lasted 3 years.
And then basically everything pivoted around basically in 109, in 09 and 10.
Which makes, yeah, that fits with what I was saying, because I spent 9 and 10. No, I spent years 10 and 11 in the in trying to go to command college. So it was actually already turning before I went.
Yeah, and it's in the 1110. That's when the Imperium turned around and just seized a bunch of territory, and then the Jordani went, yeah, we're and also the Jordani had some big losses too. They're like, you know what, we're good. And the Imperium's like, yeah, we're good. This war's taking too long. So we're like, what about us? What about you? The war's over. What? And then 1 year later, the Border World Confederation was established because the Imperium wouldn't leave. Which, for some reason, the Jordani didn't complain about the Imperium doing that. It's almost like they didn't care about the Sword Worlds at all.
What? That's crazy.
I also need to add under personal equipment an entire shaker full of salt. Like a mountain of salt.
Yeah, that's your last bit there. So the only other thing we would worry about, and this is something we'll worry about once we, you can think about this for next week, because we're on hour 4 right now, so we could probably wrap things up. But one of the ways to advance characters is that you would choose life pursuits. These are the things your character wants to get, the skills your character wants to get better at. So this is the one thing about Traveler 5, skill advancement is slow. Once per year slow. So you would choose one of your skills as a life hobby. You would choose a skill and then attach a personal goal to it. So you may want to become a neurosurgeon doctor, so you want to improve your medical. You want to be a competitive weightlifter, so you're working on your athlete. At the end of every session, we would note which of your life pursuits for each of your characters was the most useful or was used the most, just the most notable one, and we mark, tick, that one's more useful. By the time we get around to a certain time, which is either, for simplicity's sake, I might just make it the holiday of the next year, so you all level up at the same time. Because the other way to do it is to do it by your character's birthdays, which are randomly determined.
Oh, yeah.
And so you didn't advance at random parts of the year. Well, not random parts of the year, but like each of you would appear at different parts. And you would choose 3 to 4 things that you were pursuing as a life pursuit. And those are the things that those are the only thing. Now, those aren't the only things you can improve. You can always say, hey, you know what? I'm going to work on this other thing. The trick is making sure that I, the ref, know what your life pursuit is, and I know that it's triggered for that session. And then I go, okay, I agree with you, that was used, or it wasn't used. So you usually want to pick stuff that is stuff you know you're going to want to use during the session. Or you think you'll be using a lot in the future, which usually are higher skills, but certain things will depend on, some things are considered life pursuits if you're good at it. Certain things are considered a hobby if you aren't good at it, but you want to be good at it. So someone who is trying to learn piano and they have like no music score, they're like, I have music, nothing. It's like, well, I want to work on it. Okay, well, you work to become you now have a life pursuit hobby, piano, and you're working to improve your music skill. Yeah, that's your characters. Anything that you would, once you figured out how much money characters would have, that's when we would determine what you would buy. I might, like in session 1, I would go something like, okay, well, let's figure out, if you guys haven't already bought it from the book, you might say, hey, what could I bought locally? And I go, okay, well, here's stuff you could have gotten. Anything that's in the book, you can just get if you have the money for it. But if you don't have any money, then you have the clothes on your back and the shoes on your feet and a dream and whatever you got in your background. Everything else you'll find with these fine folk that you're meeting on Beater your background reasons kind of explain why you're at Galatia at this spacer bar as starting your traveling careers.
So for like figuring out purchased equipment, it's the payout from mustering out, and then since I have land grants, the like 15 grand for a year's worth of income from that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Not a lot of money, but I do have ship shares.
I've got a question.
Yep.
How do naming conventions go in the Empire? As in, is it Latin? Is it something else? Can it be whatever?
I think there's a section on that. Hang on.
In the books.
GM, does it give any direction on what's normal or acceptable as a muster out weapon?
That would be usually pistols and rifles. Slug throwers are most common. Energy weapons are also. Well, actually,
with someone with fighter blades, is I guess what I'm asking is melee stuff, not.
Yeah, you could get like a sword or something like that. Yeah, it's whatever makes the most sense. Is usually the byword the ref is told.
Okay. What I'm I guess bouncing between is because this is like settled by some. The sword words are settled by some Norsaboos or Sweetaboos. I don't know.
Scandiboos, thank you.
Scandiboos.
A Scandiboo.
Like, so an officer's cutlass would make sense, but also a space axe or an axe might.
Yeah, because sword worlders.
And a space axe is tech level 9, and I didn't want to grab something that was like, it's only 500 credits, which was also like the other thing. I don't know enough about the system to know if those are like, I'm asking for something that's like, you shouldn't have that for like 2 more years in game.
Oh, tech level is compared to for tech level, if you're in the military, it's something you would have been given by the military. So most militaries are fairly high tech. The tech level is if you're looking up a weapon or armor. If you try to get like say a laser pistol on a medieval world that's still doing like horse and buggy and stuff, or Renaissance, like you can't buy laser weapons here. They don't sell them because they don't make them here. You have to, at best, you might find some free trader who has it on his ship, or you'll have to go somewhere else to buy it. So that's more the thing to worry about. But yeah, you could totally get an axe. That's easily done. Tech level 9, that's something you could easily have been assigned by the Sword World military because they are fairly high tech. I mean, as much as they are fanatical homesteaders, they are high tech. They are one of the big powers. They are one of the powers of the sword marches, the spinward marches.
And I think martial weapons, blade weapons, do any of these like modifiers come into it? Because I see how you do pistols or something, right? You have all of these like the stage, burn, descriptor, weapon, user, portability, right? Does that matter for bladed weapons?
It can, depending on the blade.
The basic bladed weapons charts on page 101 of book 3. It's really
that's where I
out
grabbed
there,
the basic stats of the space axe.
So naming conventions, anything?
Hang on.
I was waiting on Scott because he said he knew where it was.
I'm still looking. Hang on. I remember I found the Zodani one time, and I'm trying to remember where it like is.
Yeah. What I can tell you off the top of my head they have very random names because we're talking 5,000 years CE, like way far future for us. So a lot of the things that we think are common on Earth are no longer common. Earth's just one of countless worlds. And on top of that the Earth names are Zolomani names, and even Zolomani names change because they spread out across so many places. But you could have a name that we would recognize as a regular human Terran-like name, especially for your character's an Imperial, so you could be all kinds of sci-fi sounding names. I can give you a random generator if you wanted to have something randomly created for you, but Volandi is the other humans that are part of the Imperium. there are some Zolomani from down in the rim where Earth and their
Yeah, no,
colonies are.
I was just wondering whether it was, Latin or if it could be normal or something along those lines.
It could be any of those, really.
I can take the random generator for inspiration if you'll hand it over.
I chose a very Swedish sounding name.
Yeah,
because
because
it is
sword
Swedish.
wielders.
Yeah.
I'm a Swede, so I would know.
Yeah.
I could choose something Latin. That would be cool. Does anyone even remember Latin in 5,000 years in the future?
Do you?
Most people don't. Only 2,000 years from.
Sadly, I never studied Latin.
What are you, a pleb? No.
No, I'm an economist.
My condolences.
My condol. It's all coming to an end anyway. Don't worry about it.
They're much appreciated.
I chose, hopefully. No, I chose to name my character Edvin Kråksång, but he has a traveler name of Kraxon because I know that you people wouldn't be able to say Kråksång.
You people. Hey.
We didn't lose the war, right? It was an armistice. That's not the same thing.
Talking to fellow Europeans like that, I can't believe you.
Which one of you are European?
I'm European. It's 11:53 p.m. right now, bro.
Fuck, you're on my timeline.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Been gathering with these crazy Americans for almost a year now. Year and a half.
Yeah, tell me
You
about
poor
it.
soul.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I have to deal with Americans all the time. I can't help it though.
Back in my day, I used to play in the Kismet game.
So here's a place that you can choose languages. And you would choose for language you choose Valand and then click generate random names.
Villani is like standard human, right?
It's the most common human, yeah. The Villani are more populous than the Zolomani are.
Oh god, it's all weird. What the
Villani, man.
It's like Indian. What? Arshakish Lear with 3 eyes. What the hell? I don't even know, man.
Yeah, that's why they call Zolomani names. Yeah, I'm related to Zolomani. Screw it.
Zolomani names are great.
Solomani names. Juan Xavier. I like that one. Yeah, I'll take a Solomani.
Oh yeah, they do have those ones. Yeah.
Abubakar. Hell yeah.
So yeah, that is creating characters in Traveler 5. So for next week, I'll be doing the session 1. It will depend on when people are sure what they're gonna play. Let me know, and I can start writing out some extra stuff attached to your background.
You'll need us to write it down though in our character sheets, right?
Write it down the character sheet or shoot it to me here in Discord. Like you'll want to write it down for sure because it's something you can. If you're ever at a loss as to what should we do next, look in your background. Any one of those or something I probably have plans for.
Naturally.
Of course, I have baseline stuff that's happening here, and also I'll note that although I do have this mapped out and stuff, if you guys do decide to go, you know what, we're gonna go to the core expeditions and try our luck. I have more map that goes that way. I just have to plan. It's like, well, that's the new adventure, just getting there and running into the various worlds on the way.
So many jumps.
So many jumps. As for Starship, it does look like one way or the other, you guys will have enough shares to reasonably own a ship. That will be something I will. Once you guys decide what ship that is. I can start statting it out because I probably would go on the standard, like a Far Traveler, because you can build one from scratch. Mm-hmm. That becomes a you thing, and you submit it to me, and I figure out if it checks out. Because building a ship from scratch is an involved process. But if you choose one of the pre-mades, like the Far Traveler, the Scout, like there are stats for those I can just pull from and go. That's the ship.
Don't we have to meet up first though? Isn't that the first session us meeting up essentially?
Yep. Well, that's why. Well, someone might have. Well, actually, that is another way to do it. Is like we don't even cash in the ship shares at all. It's just like you all meet up on Beater at the space bar, or someone has a ship already and goes, "This is what I have. I owe this much for it." But yeah,
So,
first session totally is one way or the other. All these people from their backgrounds are meeting at the Hallenport Lone Star Spacer Bar and they
You all
meet each
meet in
other.
the tavern.
Yep. And then something will happen at the bar, and well, first you'll meet each other and stuff, but something will happen at the bar that will push the local plot forward and give you an in.
So, a Marine, a professor, 2 citizens, and a bear walk into a bar.
Travelers, swear to God, they are the weirdest motley of people.
Even better, it might not be 2 citizens because I think I'm definitely gonna roll up a different character
Ah, alrighty.
I
So
might
we
do
wound
that
up
too.
because
at
we
this
might need a
point.
doctor.
At this point, we before new characters rolled, we figured out we had 6 ship shares total.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is a ship share held by a character that will probably be re-rolled?
Nope.
No, then the 3 of us. I'm sticking with this guy. He's pretty damn cool. He's growing on
So
me.
Jamie,
I'm
you
sticking
own a
with the
ship
bear.
share,
Yeah, 1 ship share.
and the bear owns 2 and is staying as a bear.
No, the bear owns 3 and is staying as a bear.
Okay, and
Yep.
the Marine has 2 and is staying as a Marine, which means we
6.
might get a better ship if he rolls a lot better, but we're at least getting 6 shares. That's not going to change.
Yes.
So the three of you,
We'll hold on that.
yeah, you could either you 3 could have already a ship that's like that's where you 3
You're
are
cutting out a
meeting.
lot, Corby.
The 3 of you, no,
What?
that's me stuttering.
No, you're actually cutting off.
No,
like,
no.
What am I?
You're not holding the key down long enough.
It's
You need
it's
to,
voice talk.
Mic, yeah,
Okay.
you got a mic detection. Work on that.
Yeah. So you could do it 2 ways. You can either have you people have ship shares and you're trying to find other people to cash it in with and go like, oh, well, I found this guy, you have few. We could all pool our ship shares together and buy a ship. Or you all are owners of the same ship and you're meeting each other for the first time going like, well, I have the ship share to some ship. Who are the other owners?
I mean, that kind of makes more sense for me because nothing about my character is I want to go explore the world. Because I fought mostly on Beater, joined the invasion, and then want to settle on Beater. I just need to I guess get the funds, get something of value so that I can get the farm. So I don't think I was given shares of a specific ship drumming out or whatever. It was probably just you were given the military itself or the government owned some shares in a ship that it gave over.
It's like, yeah, here's your bearer bond ship shares.
Yeah.
Good luck
Which
to you.
means it makes sense for me to show up and be like, I have no idea who you are, but the government gave me these shares and they're the only thing of value I own, so I guess I'm shipping out with you.
I'm leaving.
It makes more sense. It probably makes sense for the bear to know his ship or something, right? You probably shopped around or something.
You think as a scout? I mean, really, for us, as a crew, it's between a free trader and a far trader, because the scout's too small for. I mean, it has a crew of 1 with 0 passengers. So,
well, do we have anyone with ranks and steward?
Not yet.
So
Nope.
we probably don't want to get a ship that's designed for passenger travel.
Well, one thing I'll point out is that even if you don't have the skills, the catch is that you can always hire people who have those skills. It just becomes another expense that you have to keep track of.
I don't think we have anybody with money.
That's where you meet a certain patron who's willing to help you.
Yeah. The only thing that makes me want to far trader rather than a free trader is that it has a better jump engine. It has a jump engine of 2 instead of just jump 1. Which means
honestly, I say we
farther.
waive that off until we all know how many shares we got, and we can, get to that in the bar.
Yeah, because if you guys have a bunch of ship shares, like more than what the standards are, it's like if you want to build your own ship and custom build, it's like you can. It's a thing you can do in T5.
Besides, Lord knows if we'll be leaving Beater as soon as we start the game, so
This is true.
Yeah.
we can sit on them for a while, is what I'm saying.
Why wouldn't
Yeah.
we want to take a yacht?
Because there might not be a yacht available on Beater. Have you thought about that?
No, that's not what I meant.
Uh,
I was talking about why I was asking Inslee why he had not considered a yacht.
Cargo.
Yeah, because yachts aren't great for cargo storage. They're
Because
very
if we're doing any kind of trading operations or want that capability, we'll need something that we can carry some cargo in. That may not be the route we go in, but I mean, it is a way to earn income.
Yeah.
Oh, and to translate some of the jump stuff, jump 1 is one. It's pretty self, but it gets you to 1 star system in 1 jump, and jump 2 moves you 2 star systems.
Yeah, like
And
each
you-
hex is a parsec, and each jump means the number of parsecs you can go through.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
So what
Oh,
we're
so
saying is, between the two of you, or between Scott, when you re-roll,
Mhm.
you need to do something to get medic 6 and 4 ship shares.
Right.
You don't need to do that. Roll whatever you bloody feel like,
Right.
if you ask me. But
A medic might actually be a good idea, though.
No.
So I
it's
I
if
will
you're
be
if
going
only
that
if, it's
direction.
only if you're willing to play it. We're not forcing you to do anything.
I am.
Oh,
no.
I like playing the supporty characters. So I think it'd be cool.
One thing I'll point out as well for those of you rolling new characters, possibly rolling new characters, is that the ref side of the job, my job is to set up certain parameters for plots to happen. But at the end of the day, it matters what travelers are present, and it's like, well, whatever travelers are present, that's the kind of jobs you get. Because why would you be like if say you had no fighting skill at all in this group, like 0, you couldn't shoot for nothing. Like, well, you're not going to get a lot of combat jobs because patrons wouldn't bother approaching you. Unless you went out of your way to take light pursuit gunmanship, which that's a whole other story. So there's a certain level of, I have certain pre-established things, but the other half is what you guys present to me. And that's what I kind of spin that, and I spin with it to see what our 2 stories turn into, 2 combined, your group story versus my world story, and seeing what happens. Or just going straight up sandbox and you just explore off the map and go, well, off we go. Let's see what happens.
What was your bit about experience in the life passion or life pursuit?
So you once your character's made, you choose 3 to 4 skills that your character's trying to improve on, and you usually add some sort of descriptor as to why it's being improved. So if it's blades, you want to be the best fencer, or if it's art, you want to paint you want to understand paintings the best, or whatever. When you have those life pursuits figured out, that's when at the end of the session I check with you to see which life pursuit did you use this session, and if I agree with you, we mark 1, and then once the new year starts, we check to see which has the most hits. Whatever that one is, that's the skill that goes up by 1.
Okay. What is the difference between a life pursuit and a hobby? I'm not real clear on that.
So a life pursuit, it's a difference between how capable you already are, is my understanding. So let me pull back to that. Okay, so if you were choosing to say work on something, if you add your characteristic, the characteristic that makes most sense for your life pursuit, plus the skill that you have, if those are equal to 12 or more, then that's a life pursuit. You're already good at that. You're trying to be the best at that, or you want to do something cool with that particular skill. If that CNS, if that characteristic and skill are below 12, that's a hobby. You're not really good at it at all, but you'd like to be good at it.
Not really good at it at all.
Like that's why you can choose stuff that's like a 0. It's like, well, look, I'm not like any good at fighting, but I want to be good at fighting. I want to learn how. It's like, okay, well, that's a hobby. It's like, why aren't I? It's like, no, this is a hobby. You're a hobbyist fighter. You don't know how to fight, but you're trying to become one. And then eventually a hobby turns into a life pursuit if it eventually works its way up. But I will say that life pursuits aren't set in stone, so you can always at the end of a session go, you know what? I'm going to change my life pursuits around a bit because I'm never doing this life pursuit, or I never really use this skill. I want to work on this other skill instead.
Fair enough.
And do we like confirm the characteristic skill combo with you, or do we just choose?
You submit to me what they are. You might say, I think it's this and this. I go, that makes sense. Or I think it's this. So you have to confirm with me, but you can always submit. Most stuff will make, now that you've all gone through character creation, you have a pretty good idea how all these work. Like, it's a characteristic, education plus fighting. I'm like, what? Sell that to me. It's like, I'm actually trying to learn about the academics of fighting. I'm not learning the practicals of it. I'm just learning it academically. Like, that's a weird way to do it, but you're going to have to do actually, that's the thing. The reason you want to check with the ref is me or any other ref is that that's the combination that has to happen. So if you're doing dex fighting, that's the kind of role you should be doing for that life pursuit to trigger for that session. So if you make it obscure, like education fighting, like that bad example I just gave, but if you did do that, it's like, well, if I agreed with you, cool, you now have to figure out a way for education fighting to come up, for fighting to go up at all. So.
All right. I have a two-part question.
Yep.
So, when rolling, let's say whatever's going on calls for me to make a blades check.
Mm.
I have blades 2, fighter 6. Does that mean those combine with a characteristic? So I would have,
it's the highest. So you'd use blades plus
fighter.
characteristic. Yeah.
Okay. Because my fighter is 6 and my blades 2.
Oh, sorry.
I would always use fighter. The blades would never get added to that or come into.
No, I think they stack.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, like if you're doing something that you don't have.
Oh wait, you're right. Yeah, if you're trying to improve blades, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, it would be combined.
So
if you're doing a blades thing, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if he was using a sword in combat, he'd get fighter plus blades. But if he's using a laser rifle, he'd just get fighter.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all melee weapons are going to be blades, right?
Not clubs.
Clubs?
Clubs are
unarmed.
Oh no, this is an axe, right?
Yeah, your melees will be blades, sure.
Okay. So a reasonable thing would be life pursuit, like blade master, strength blades. I have a D plus 8. Because I have a D in my strength, and I have an 8 in fighter plus blades. Or do I only put 2?
Yeah, you would put D plus the relevant skills. Yeah.
But for recording that skill, it's both the knowledge and the skill, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so for blades, it's 8. Which
I believe it's strength when you attack with the blade. I don't know. No, dex is shooting, strength is hitting. You're right. I had to think about it.
That's actually good, because I didn't check that out, so I might have just had to re-roll a character if he told me it was the other way around. Right?
What is shooting and what is hitting?
A dex is shooting, strength is hitting.
My dex is 3.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm a terrible shot. I imagine. Actually, I mean, my dex plus fighting is probably better than most people's fighting, but I only have a 3 in dex, so.
It's like in a pinch, if you had to throw your axe, you could.
Right.
That's about all my ranged skill will handle is throwing the melee weapon I have, not actually shooting a real gun. I'm a smart Marine,
good.
but I'm not using guns a smart Marine. Now I just need to understand the sorcery of weapons and making weapons.
So, and is there a limit to the number of life pursuits we can do? I mean, I understand the more you get, the less you are liable to check them off when you use them.
So, okay, scroll back there. I believe there is no limit. I'm going to double check. So there is no limit. Yeah, there is no limit. They just suggest having at least 3 or 4 that you'll be doing, but you can always choose more.
Okay, cool.
Is birth year 1111 minus age or 1105 minus age?
Yeah, 4 ones minus age.
Okay.
Yeah, the sheet probably has the year most classic Traveler games start. I'm starting a little later because that way we're after a really cool event. Well, an important event. Cool, maybe a bit of a word for all the suffering and warfare.
What page is it on to see the common combinations of skill characteristics?
It's in the skill descriptions.
Yep.
I haven't found a table for it.
Yeah, you'd go to the skill chapter itself and look up the skill in particular. And those are the exemplars that they'd give. Oh god, don't mind me, I'm just knocking stuff around. Make sure everyone's awake.
Yep.
It's not that late. I've only fallen asleep on stream a few times.
Oh, I will try harder to make you fall
Oh.
asleep. Wait, that's a bad thing. Never mind.
Oh, whoops.
It
You
said
will
it,
try.
it was saying that the animal skill is useful for primarily about interaction with non-sophont domesticated creatures. But at first, I kind of blinked on the non-sophont, so I was like, "Oh, like I can use this to train the bear."
He's a sophont. Leave it.
We're gonna do tricks in the ship.
Well, you might
It'd be
reroll.
funnier if I'd taken dancing as an art.
The one thing that'll be weird, but you might reroll this for Scott for your Zodani. There are certain skills that only you have and can never get better at because you're psychic. Like there's certain things that are 0 because you have psionic potential and you're aware of it. Every character technically has some psionic potential of some variety. It's just that you are actually aware of it and would have been taught about it. If you ever wanted to get better at it, you'd have to go somewhere where a psionic institute still exists. That could be. I won't say what specific world, but for sure, anywhere in the Third Imperium, if there was an academy, it would be underground as hell. It'd be super secret, some megacorps, like some shady little place in some mountain compound somewhere, because it's very much frowned upon in the Imperium. In the Sword Worlds, there are academies, but they're not advertised like they would be. Like in the Zodani consulate, you could go to pretty much any world and find them. Like there's signs, like they're a university, like they're an academy like any other. But in somewhere like the Sword Worlds, you'd need to know the right people to get you where you needed to go. It's not illegal or nothing. And for the Border Worlds was recently created. The Imperium very much discourages psionics, but you know, it's one of those things where Border Worlds government officials, most people won't talk about it openly anymore because the Imperials are looking over your shoulder. But it's still a thing, you know. Supposedly, the Border Worlds are independent, sovereign polity that are client state to the Imperium, and in no way are influenced by their policies or Imperial law. Darien Confederacy, I can tell you, are more technologically leaning. They're not very psionic leaning. They kind of agree with the Imperium, but they're not quite as forbidding as they are, because they didn't have a psionic invasion from the Zodani. That's why the Imperium's so jumpy about it, because the Zodani had a bunch of plants and sleeper agents and had a 5th column essentially that nearly wrecked the Imperium a couple times. So yeah, they're a bit jumpy about it, whereas the Darians aren't nearly as jumpy about it as the Imperials are. And the Sword Worlders like, well, we think you guys are overreacting, and they kind of like psychics that's why they kind of like the Zodani, because they get the psionics thing, they get that sort of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So things to keep in mind. So you're not automatically in dead territory if you're a Zodani with psionics, but if you want to get better at it or you want to learn more powers, there is a path. Psionics have a weird path to get better at it, and they have to go to an academy. They don't normally do a life pursuit. They usually go to an academy to get better, and there's tests and task goals you have to do.
You go to an academy, and then it's... Hang on, where is it?
Yeah, it's in the book for sure.
It costs 100,000 credits.
Sonic trading is not cheap.
And 4 months of work.
I don't see
So
where Gunner's like normal characteristics are.
the bear is actually from one of the Silean worlds.
Oh, he's from one of the core Imperial worlds.
Yeah, he's from Capital. He's actually from the sector capital of the core sector.
Oh, you're from the cap. Wait, what?
No, there's a place called Capital, and it's 2118 core sector, which is like the...
Oh, so you're from like the subsector capital, not the Imperial capital.
Right. The world's called Capital, or the system is called Capital.
Not
I didn't do
confusing
that
at all.
Right. So, but yeah, I just looked it up in the map and noticed that it's like that one system sticking out from the Silean worlds, and then I had to look up the Sileans, who were apparently people who kind of founded the whole Third Imperium.
Most Gunner stuff would be dex based. I can tell you that. I say that. I'm gonna double check something.
Which means that might have been a bad investment for me because I have Gunner turrets 8, but Dex 3.
Oh.
If we want to go back and like tweak skills, can we? Like as long as they're within the sets that we were rolling on.
Yeah, like if like that's the other reason I let people choose from the skills a bit instead of rolling, because like sometimes you might want to shift things around because sometimes things like that come up.
A little bit of that. Okay, guys, I'm going to jump off unless we're doing anything else major.
No, we can probably wrap up things here anyway.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
cool.
you for being here.
Enjoyed it. Thanks for helping us through it, Corby.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Playing.
Yeah, see you next Saturday. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Yep.
See you soon.
All right. Have a good week, everybody.
Yeah.
You too. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah, for those who are
See you
watching, we're gonna wrap up here, as you obviously can see. So tune in next week to see what craziness is gonna happen and where they're gonna go.
Goodbye, viewers.